Mend your pace, sway to the beat. Hands up, embrace who you wanna be. We're reaching heights unseen. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Feel the fire deep within. You're the key to where my trust begins. Join my dream, it's just the right time. Whoa, whoa, leave it all behind. Get ready now. Rise up into my world. Renew your definition. World so high, let me show. And hear my declaration. No more ties.
Alrighty, hello, and welcome back to some good old game development. Hope everyone's having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. Just give me a moment while I set the last few things up. I've had a annoying little bug thingy happen that happens very irregularly and is very annoying when it does. So, I'm trying to get that all ensured that that's working as intended. There we go. But there we are. Alright. Okay. There you go, Devil. How's it? I do need to make my drink for the morning soon. Which will help wake me up. Do have a little bit left over from yesterday. Alright, I'll sort that in a sec. I'm still finishing off breakfast as well. Very late morning today, so I apologize. And yes, I'm just listening to some particular music at the moment because I just feel in the mood for this music. But yeah, no. Alright. Let's go through the things that I have done since last time. So I've done a bunch of little technical things, around sort of some stuff. I think last time we left off on the development side, we'd just done the health orb stuff. Eating your supper, noise. I've done some more refinements around the health orb thingy. I also have a value that I've been playing around with constantly on it, and I might ask at a later stage what people think of it, or I'll probably get responses of people, what they think of it at the time, but there's a value that's basically like how intense it'll roll through the values to like move the bar. So here it is here, right? So if I press the thing, if I tap it, you can kind of see that it glides a little bit after time. Especially when it's like a larger value change. That's because it's using a thing called lerping. It's lerping through the value, so it's not just going to value, it's kind of progressively getting to value, and the bigger the value that a change needs to happen, the bigger push that it'll give it, so it smooths it all out. I can make that end glide even slower, but it does start looking choppier at that stage. So I'll play around with that at some point. I've also set up a couple of other things to test. There's technically something that's being tested right now, but it's not visible in any capacity. So to go into that, that's what we go into now. So at the moment I've been working on enemy related stuff, because we're at a point where I think one of the biggest drawbacks is I don't have actual enemies. I have the little dude off to the side that's kind of just doing his own thing. So what I'm going to be starting to set up is the architecture a bit more firmly for what an enemy is, and what they do, and yada yada yada. My plan at the moment is to probably just stick to a fucking goddamn it, A-star pathing, if that matters to anyone. The idea of A-star pathing is it's fairly simple. What it basically does is you draw a grid on the map, and you kind of like go between the points of each of the you draw that grid. Every like corner point of each of the squares of that grid, like within that grid, those are a point that you can move to, and then it pass between those points getting to the location. This means it can move around terrain, stuff like that. Which is kind of important. That's where that comes in. My intention was to also add voids to that, which kind of gives it flocking, kind of like how birds move in the sky. Like they work in a harmonious sort of way, but they also have like this, again, in a form of a chaotic aspect as well. Sadly enough, that is an extremely rough bit of code when you're talking about a fair few hundred enemies. Like, both of those are pretty intensive. If I want to merge those, it just gets intensive. So I am gonna have to try and figure out a cleaner answer for that. Now that was something I tried to do with the last one, but I never think I got a good answer out of it. But yeah, where was I with that? Oh. Yeah, no, I need to make that drink so I can actually wake up a bit. Give me a second. I will be making it and talking while I do it. It's because it just... This is some code that I'm not too great with sometimes. So I need to wake up as much as I can for it. Oh, I did have some fun over the weekend, by the way. Fucking an old mate of mine came around finally. We haven't caught up in a while. And we literally just sat, ate pizza, and watched Setokai Yakuin Domo. If you know that series, you know why that's an incredibly fun one. It's a series from back when we were like... We would just randomly watch certain anime, and that was one that we watched as a group of multiple times. It was great. It's what I would call a classic. I absolutely loved that series back when. It actually reminded me as well, there's a series I remember watching extremely fondly. It had like 3 seasons. I think it was www.working. And like, if you've ever worked retail or anything like that, it's a nice, heartwarming story to watch. Because it gives you like a bit of positivity. But no, I've been watching a bit of anime this last week. Been enjoying it. I finished the one that I talked about, the like Too Good Saint, which was fun. What anime? The previous one? www.working was the older one that I like because it's a really comfy series about like a family restaurant. It's a fairly it's kind of in the classic sort of thing now. Sadly, because it's like, but there's 3 seasons of it. Highly recommend it. It was good fun. The other series though, I'll always say this: if you're down for like seeing a really good gag series around a school storyline that like, even now you could argue still subverts like a lot of things. Seto Kai Yoka Endomo is like, there's a reason why me and my mate watch that like whenever we like catch up and actually have the time to watch something, because it is so good. It is so fucking good. It's just funny. But yeah, so I finished the Too Good Saint anime though. I've started on another one called Witch Watch. Which has been really fun. I like that one. There's good sense of humor with that one. I think I'm only like 5 episodes in though, so. But like the idea of that one, and it's fun, is childhood friend sort of thing, but it's like the boy is actually a descendant of the Oni, or an ogre, or whatever you want to call it. And the girl is actually a witch, and she has to go train. She comes back after her training, so they're like in high school now, I want to say. It's because she wants to make him her familiar, and they have to live together, and they're the only people living there for the initial stage of it. And she 100% wants to date him. He does not get a hint. And it's actually dealing with a lot of the complications of a world that, like, knows these things kind of exist, but also they're so, like, infrequent and irregular that, like, it's still quite mythic. And it was just good, it's good fun. For a lot of it, because there's like certain rules even in place in the series that's just nice. Like the best example is like how the main guy, he is absolutely incredibly OP in terms of physical strength. And like he broke the arm of a kid when he was younger, and he's like had to learn how to train to control his strength better. But like, and now he's at a point where he can like control it fairly well. But like he picks up cars like with one arm, sort of thing. Like they're an empty box, like an empty cardboard box. Like that's how strong he is, and it's really funny. When you got a character like that, that's just quite plain as well. Like he's actively almost dense. But he's also really, really kind-hearted, which was nice. Like he basically treats everyone like he's their mother as well. But it's nice. It's because like the story has this aspect to it where what's it? To like improve as a witch, you need to go out into the actual world and help other people with your witch powers. Oh, why is that frozen? You have to help people with your witch powers, and then you're like the special magic stone you have becomes more and more pure. That's tied to you. And as that gets more and more pure, you get like more capable and more recognized as a witch. And I thought that was really cool. How's it going? How's it going? I mean, I'm still waking up, is I think how I would describe it, but other than that, not too bad. How's yourself? Let's see. That's right, I still need to... Okay, I'm gonna have to hide screen for a quick sec. I just realized something. I didn't move that. Oh, there we go. I'm at work for 40 minutes or so I won't be chatting much for a while. Oh, good. No, I completely understand. To be fair, I wish I could work in a job where I could watch a stream or something. I think the closest I got was when I was doing programming. And even, in like, in the nicest sense, streaming wasn't really a thing then. YouTube was. I'm not that old. YouTube at least was a thing at that point. Not really a thing you did at work though at that stage. Especially knowing you couldn't... Yeah, it's gonna get real depressing for a split moment. You couldn't really watch it on anything other than a computer at that stage as well, because like mobile devices didn't really handle internet at that point, other than like basic searching on a flip phone or some shit, which by the way, if you've ever done that shit, you understand the torture. And working at a restaurant, it's just there aren't many customers. Yeah, no, I do understand that. You can get me a few less fingers if I try and watch streams during it. It might not be a wise idea doing it that way. Yeah. To be fair, technically, in my experience, even the most like simple jobs have such weird dangers to them. One of my best mates got really messed up by a metal sign kind of falling on the back of his head, and when you go like, oh, what was he in? He's in a like supermarket stocking job. He's stocking shelves, and it's one of the signs on like the sides of the shelves, like a metal one that came down and bopped it on the back of the head. And he actually like had a lot of problems for a while. He still has a lot of problems, and it's really, really sucky. So yeah. I saw metal with a big saw daily. Big metal with big saw? Is it a heavy metal saw? Does it play like Thunderstruck or something like that while you're using it? Thin metal with big saw. Well, that just seems like you're overkilling it at that point. Alright, I finished my breakfast finally. I think my music ran out. I didn't actually have much music queued up. Because that was not a very long playlist that I was using there. You know what? I'm just gonna use Mort Dog's playlist again. There we go. Alright. There we go. Okay. Figuring things out. I swear I'm waking up at some point. Wake up, Jeff! Oh god. I just clicked. How many of you even watched The Wiggles back when Jeff was on it? Actually, how many of you even watched The Wiggles? Good point. When was Jeff still part of The Wiggles? Until 2012, 2012, yeah, that. Words. Damn. Wake up, Jeff. Let's see, he's known as the Purple. He also played the keyboard and also voiced Henry the Octopus. You know, that's one of those things I probably would have never figured out when I was younger. Man, what it was to be young and dumb. I miss those days. Alright, so, where was I at with all the rest of this? So, I do actually have some pathing related functionality already in, I think. No, I had a grid system input, right? Enemies, enemy construct script. I swear I had something for grid map functions. Here it is. I don't know if I need to actually have this as like a thing like that. I think I could just do this. And then put into play functions. Okay. How much does this lag? Now adding in a grid check. I want to see if this actually like has any major impact at all to the launch of the game or the running of the game. Doesn't seem to have. Nah. Cool. Wait, what? Wasn't that on a playlist? Shuffle is on. That was weird. We were talking about the horse game recently, so I have something interesting for you in memes. Oh boy. I'll have a look-see, shall I? Oh god. It's going viral over a decade after her last race because of the race gacha. There has never won a race, but players doing everything they can to win with her despite devs giving her terrible stats. Damn. That's actually kind of adorable. I'm not gonna lie, so actually I did talk about this, and it is the case. This week I'm gonna play a stream with Horse Girl, or the Horse Girl's like gacha game, purely because I've seen minute amount of gameplay and I'm like, I feel like for a stream will be fun, right? Comments under full of screenshots of wins with her. That's actually, again, right there is what the internet should be. More, I swear. It's just ways of sharing positivity. Because that's just heartwarming. I love that. Why can't we do that more? But yeah, no, I'll play around with it a little bit and have fun with it, because it just sounds kind of like a silly thing to do for a stream, at least. I don't think I'm going to stick with the game long term, we'll see, but again, I'll leave it to the stream to decide, like the day we do the stream, to decide whether or not I'll do more of it or not. Because like, if I end that stream and go, damn, I was really fun, I want to do that more, then I'll probably do more. I just really can't afford more gacha games, realistically. Star Rail takes up so much of my time. And I mean a lot of my time, dear God. I need to, I haven't touched the new story, and I need to get that done before the Star Rail, the Fate Stay Night collab comes out, I think. To make myself feel like I'm not overwhelmed by content. But there's also like an event out at the moment that I just kind of want to get it chucked out of the way so I have more currency for when Stay Night comes out. Because I'm still upset, because I thought I would throw a little bit of currency to see if I could get Fine on, the current new character. I didn't hit him cheaply, so I'm like, I'm not going to roll more for him. Especially knowing the amount of rolls I'm going to have to do to get at least a Saber and a Light Cone for her is probably more than enough to get a free copy of Archer's Light Cone. So I'm just like, I just don't want to spend more currency. And if I hit those things, then I'll go back to trying to roll for Finon, because I really do like his character. And the fact that he is basically a mini-boss. And by a mini-boss, I mean a Giga Chad. He actually turns the match into a 1v1 fight with him versus the enemies, and he just throws meteors at them. So fucking good. But yes, no, I do want to play the horse game. I mean, I downloaded it on stream the other day, right? So, and that wasn't a joke. I genuinely did that. It has been downloaded since then. It is still sitting there on my thing, and the best part is I can see people I are friends with on Steam playing it constantly. Also, there's a little thing I heard about. I can't remember where I saw this, but, and I wanna, like, in this illustration, you can kind of, sort of see some of the stuff towards this. Apparently, the side like the bow is on for them, indicates if they're actually male or female originally. I think, right? If I recall correctly, I think that was one of the things I got, like, some info around. And I think it's, I'm trying to remember, is right ear male? I think that was like one of the things I got info for at some point. I'm trying to remember if it was like on Discord I saw that, or on Twitter. But yeah, I saw something about that. Also, did the playlist already break again? Okay, I understand why Mort's complaining. I think it's just because his playlist is fucking massive. Realistically. Okay, let's find a different playlist than to use, because it's just breaking so often. Hmm. What if I just go good old... What? No, this. Yeah, we'll do that. But yeah, so I'll definitely enjoy, like, analyzing that stuff, because, so fun little tidbit of lore for Malith moment. Once I fix my phone. So I worked for a cat breeder at one point. Alright. And I have to be very careful about what I say because it can potentially give away too much information. Basically, this cat breeder, this is how I had my last two cats, is I worked for her for ages and she gave both of them to me for free. She was an ex-horse trainer. And she was a very, very famous one in the Oceanic region, with Australasia specifically, I should say. There's a reason why I have to be really careful of what I say. Because I can't even talk about one of her, like, famous victories, because that would immediately make it so you could find all of the information about her. Sadly enough, she has passed away. She was a very, very old individual. Point is, though, is she she was into horse racing and stuff like that, and that's how I came to know so fucking much about horse racing as well. That also because, like, my family has been very involved with horse racing throughout this for a long time, specifically through my mother. So she was a huge horse girl, irregardless of if I like her or not. I learned a lot about horses via her, and stuff like that. I mean, fuck, she cared more about her horse that she had than me, so, you know, take that as you will. But yeah, no, like, I learned a lot about horse and horse racing, so I'll be fascinated to, like, look at a game like that. As someone that has, like, a weird angle of that information and weird understanding of a lot of that stuff. Because I wouldn't even say, like, I've got a pro-level information. It's I've had pros talk to me and pros around me. So it's not like I'm a pro, it's just I have weird knowledge about it. Right? I think I wonder if people understand that. It's like when your parents are doctors and you're not a doctor, but you have weird medical understanding. Right? It's you're not a medical professional in any capacity, but, like, people still come to you because you, like, weirdly know a lot of things. And you're like, yeah, but I'm not this. Nor do I want to be this. It's just no one comes to you, because, like, comes to me going, like, I want to know about horses. It's like, because you're fucking sane. Like, I knew about breeds, I knew about, like, the more famous ones in Australasia for a long time. I knew expectations, and ironically enough, I could probably made quite a bit of money if I was actually betting on them at the time. Because, like, I had so much insider info. Like, I would know when certain horses were not performing at their best, so I'd like, be able to kind of gauge whether or not I should bet on them or not. It's funny. People come to me only ask about TTRPGs. I'm trying to think, what do people come and ask me for nowadays? It's programming game knowledge, Magic the Gathering, and cats. I think those are the main things people come to me for, like, discussion about. Which is kind of nice, because, like, it used to be a lot longer of a list. Though I do have one friend that still comes to me for, like, other general advice and stuff, but he's a lot more mature now, and he's a lot more capable of making those decisions himself. The problem he had for the longest time was he was just not experienced and not well informed about, like, certain aspects, and I had a lot of experience with really bad jobs, so I learned a lot of legal stuff around being in a bad job and knowing how to protect yourself in those given contexts. Let me see if I can trim some fat on my CPU, because, like, I'm seeing a lot of lag right now. Welcome to OBS, eating 60% of my CPU. Yes, why is the Stream Deck taking like 4%? That's wild. I honestly almost could turn that off at this point. Yeah, the rest of the stuff is like 2% at most, and it's only one or two things. I don't really do much about that. Alright. Okay, so I need to look at one of the things I need to do before I get too involved with trying to do new stuff is I need to re-implement a very old system that I had. I need to remember how I did it. I'm not sure how I did it off the top of my head. I remember it being a rather complex thing. Razor, fuck off. Apparently there's a fucking Windows update that I need to do. I'll do that later. Okay, I think some of it was handled here, but I'm not sure how. Nice. What's going on right now? Okay. Enemy structure change, blah blah blah. Enemy set stats from struct. Enemy change stats. Enemy get stats. Enemy modify stats. Enemy requirement struct. Enemy controller spawning default. Here we go. I think this is related to it. Yeah, so it's the batch spawn thing. Then spawn process. Okay, so this I will just copy over. And then most of this will need to be changed in relation to the new thing. But this is the baseline. So, okay, so this is what I do here, is each unit base spawn a mount thing. So the unit is the current enemy. The amount is the total to spawn. Spawn target. Spawn count. Oh god, my brain. This is where notation would be really nice. I, luckily enough, can understand the whole thing. For the most part. But I would definitely like additional, stuff. So, enemy spawn. We'll change this over to this variable. And then I'm gonna remove that. Give a batch array variable, and we'll make let's see, batch array equals this. And I think YouTube music just broke again, so I might just use the music that I've got on my PC then, if that broke again, because that's just getting obscene. Because it's also more laggy to run another thing. So yeah, I'm just gonna close that. And run media player. So give me a sec. I'll have music up shortly. So to the beat, wanna be. Oh, I saw apparently there is like a VTuber trying to do like a put together of other VTubers to sing the epic musical. And I'm like, I will hella put my hand up for that. That'd be fucking awesome. Dude, imagine me doing like the Odin bit. Not Odin. Yeah, Odin. No, Zeus. Different mythology. That'd be so fun. Thunder bringer. Maybe I should just sing the entire musical myself. If I don't get into it, I'll just do it all myself. I'm sure I could do at least half of it. And it'd be, like, not horrendous. Can't find the bobbing in agreement emote. Oh god, that reminds me, I need to really fucking pull my shit together and get those emotes finished, shouldn't I? Give a reason for actually, like, using the membership on YouTube. And then, like, one of these days, when Twitch allows me to put emotes onto it. The problem I have, and I'm gonna, like, put this very clearly forward with it. The problem I have at the moment is I'm kind of half wanting to, like, do a soft rebranding of the channels. And what I mean by that is, like, literally just changing, like, the icon and stuff to, like, what I want to do long term for the, like, what I want the VTuber to look like. But it's really hard to want to do that too much. Because, like, I feel it's also kind of dangerous in some regards. Branding is very important. Once you change a visual thing, like, you have to fight against the fact that people might not recognize immediately. I'm not changing names or anything, that's just not happening. I don't think I'll ever switch away from Malith, at the very least. Switch the chair to a different one. Is it slightly better? Or is it still a dining chair? The real question. Also, my fucking phone, I swear to God. It's in show off? Okay, I'll have a look in a sec once I fix this charging cable. I just want my phone to fucking charge while I'm doing my stream, man. It's such a hard thing to ask. Okay, where is Discord? Show off. Damn, that actually, like, it looks comfy, but yeah, as you say, short, I'm like, I've sat in those things. You do not reach the desk from there easily. Dude, I remember going to, like, my grandparents' house or something like that, and that's what they had for chairs. And you're, like, sitting in it, and you're like, my legs are, like, I have to bend my knees up. Have my hands up as I type. Yikes. That's actually both foul and funny. It's much better for that and the short table I have with it. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Sadly, you can't adjust your desk, can you? I don't think, wait. I don't think you could, right? I mean, you could adjust your desk to being, like, a little lower, maybe? Or is that the lowest it goes? Just as a temporary solution. I would need to unscrew and rescrew. I mean, that seems fine though, right? Just take some stuff off it temporarily, do that, put it back on, you're fine. And it means that you're not, like, extremely uncomfortable while trying to play video games or something. Let's see. Because I'll buy a new chair tomorrow. Okay, yeah, like that's if it was gonna be any form of like long term, then yeah, I say that would be what I'd say, but like suggest. But if you are getting a new chair tomorrow, one day's fine. Controller will play Expedition 33 anyway. Yeah, how's that been treating you? Again, like I know a lot of positive things about the game, which is always nice. It's real fun. It's definitely a game that, like, I've tossed up whether I should watch a playthrough of it, or if I should, like, try and find the time to play it myself. Oh, the combat system, and I'm happy to get, they gave enough respecking items near the start to do one for each character. Yeah. I've heard a lot of cool things about a lot of how some of the grander systems are handled. They put a lot of good effort into a lot of good spots. In fact, overall, I think the experience I've heard from it has been fairly positive. Just like, fairly universally, so... It's one of those problems I have, though, of, like, trying to find time to play a game outside of stream is actually really hard. And there's no way in hell my computer would handle playing Expedition 33 while streaming. Story blends tragedy and comedy well together. That I've heard. I've seen a little bit of the story, and I've heard a lot about the story. Which is why, like, I was so kind of, I probably should look into this at some point. There is a scene where one character accidentally asks about something traumatic for another character and sad music starts to play. The guy starts to talk and another character just goes, "We don't have time for sad flashbacks now." Oh, to be fair, music cuts off. Damn. To be fair, I did talk about a game idea with one of the people I live with yesterday that we just couldn't stop laughing at how funny it would have been to make. Imagine, like, very much exactly Final Fantasy games, right? But, like, for the villain story, it's you, like, the guy wants to blow up the sun, right? And you're going through the story trying to beat him. He's, like, in charge of a mega corporation, all that shite, right? You're getting to the end, and, like, you get there, and he's on the roof, and he's just got, like, here's the button to blow up the sun. Let me explain to you why I want to do it. And, like, all the stuff around that. And he's like, you know those times where you wake up in the morning, and, like, the crack of your, like, curtain shining through, and it's blinding? Dude, I've had enough of that shit. The sun, it's blinding. We don't need that shit. I've set up, like, systems in place, so we have, like, we'll have the planet heated perfectly fine. Nothing will actually get really severely impacted by the loss of the sun. I just want to blow up the sun so we don't have the fucking constant bright light in the sky. And it's just a kind of a moment where you're like, huh. I mean, you kind of make a bit of sense. And then someone comes, like, so some of your characters are like, I actually agree with this. And then one of the characters comes up and goes, okay, but, like, what about crops? And he's like, oh, and in a very serious way, just goes, I've been, like, working really hard with hydroponic systems and systems that give us answers around this. Also, same with renewable energy. Like, I've worked very hard to ensure that we'll have, like, all of the stuff necessary, so we're using renewable energy. We're not losing out from losing the sun. In fact, we'll probably have a better system in place for everything. And I've also made it so, like, when this happens, all of my competitors get all of this information and are able to set up the infrastructure quickly and easily. And I will then buy all the companies that would be basically destroyed by the sun getting destroyed. So I take on that debt and no one else does, and everyone gets transferred to jobs effectively that keeps them safe. Like, I've set all of this stuff up, and you're like, this guy wants to blow up the sun. But he's being very reasonable about it. And he genuinely turns and goes, I could have done this, like, months ago. Like, I could have done this months ago. Here's the button. I press this, it go gone. But I wanted to let you be able to make the final decision. Like, you're very clearly, it is a big choice. We're changing a very large thing about how our lives work by removing the sun. I believe we should. You clearly don't. So, if you agree with this, we will do it. If we don't, we'll have to present our arguments and fight or whatever. And, like, all the way through that final boss fight, it's just, you're constantly getting asked, do you just press the button? And actually how you get the bad ending is not pressing the button, because, like, the world then stagnates and the economy kind of corrupts and everything. And, like, 10 years down the line, everyone's like, no, we actually wanted the sun to blow up. This would have benefited us more. And they go up to him and it's like, why won't you blow up the sun? It's like, I lost the agreement. It's like, could you do it? Yeah, I still have all the shit there, but I lost the argument. He won. That person got to make the choice, and I'm not going to tell you who it is, because that's not okay. That you're just gonna turn on him and you're gonna make him the bad guy. Because that's the point. The story would be, there's no actual bad guy. There's just a guy that wants to blow up the sun, and he's done everything in his power to ensure that would be doable and it's okay to do. So yeah, like, it'd be the final fight. It's like, so many of your characters don't want to fight him because it's just like, I agree with him. But he sits there, he accepts, I am wanting to blow up the sun. I recognize that that is absurd. And this is definitely a gross, over-the-top answer to something. But I want to do it. It even hands you the thing if you, it gives like, do you want to press the button? It's not very often you can be the person that blew up the sun. I don't need the glory. Here, you can press it. It would just be so fucking funny. You spend 100 hours and the game ends with a guy go, do you want to press the button to blow up the sun? And it genuinely is the correct thing to do. It sounds so fucking loony, but it's so funny. So there you go. If you ever wanted to see that game made, I don't know, the amount of fucking effort that would need to be done for that too, Jesus. Oh yeah, I don't have nth nearest coordinate set up yet, do I? So there you go. This is the stuff that I like come up with in my free time that I never actually act upon because it's just, I stand by, if I ever get to the point where I have like a company and they can make games for me, or I make games within that company sort of thing, and I can just make ideas, this is the shit that I would make up. I would make like books of this shit, write them up, and like go to a meeting and it's like, cool, here's 100 ideas for a new game. Let's figure out which ones we can even do. And it would be amazing. Hey, sweet, how's it going? What am I doing today? I am currently working on the architecture for how I spawn enemies, and I'm mostly copy-pasting it from my old project, but I will be reworking a bunch of stuff in the process. There's a lot to doing this kind of process. So it's actually a fun, like, thing. Well, I say fun. I find it fun. This is a cool, like, concept of what I'm doing here, and it's a very, very complex concept. It's what's called batch, like, basically it's batch spawning. So one of the issues we had with the previous game, and this was something I did solve within the previous game. There's a reason why I'm copy-pasting a lot of this, because I put a lot of work into this. Let's pull up paint, because it's always a good way to explain this. Alright, so what would happen before is I would spawn enemies every 4 seconds. Right? So what happened was, if you look at like how the frame rate looked, it would basically do this and spike every 4 seconds like that. In terms of processing requirements. Right? And this would basically mean the game would freeze every 4 seconds. Because on every 4 seconds, a singular frame, just one frame, had to process spawning a lot of data. Like, it had to process a lot of data at once. So, what I instead did was using batch spawning. Instead, it basically changed it to being this thing where it would kind of lip up and it would drag the code out for a period of time and drop. So it would basically mean there is little to no performance difference. But it's still spawning, it's still setting the spawns to occur every 4 seconds. And it genuinely meant that all it was doing was taking it from one frame, so it's like one frame here, to like potentially 10 at most. Now, this is where we get to the reminder, there are 60 frames per second. Do you know how much the visual eye can tell between these two different numbers at this point? Between 10 frames out of 60 in a second, basically a 1/6 of a second and like a 60th of a second. The human brain can't really process that. So it basically changed it from being a lag spike to nothing and little to no actual functional or visual difference to the player. This is something that a lot of games do, by the way. They'll do it at different points. One of the famous ways this gets done, and this is probably the most visual way you'll see this in games. You know when you're like flying around a like map, and you can see the distance is lower render, right? Like they've de-rendered it a bunch. And you're flying towards it, and, or like you'll fly partly into it, and then it will render a big chunk of it. It is a higher render sort of thing. And you can like see it all pop in. It doesn't normally happen like in real time. It's big blocks happen. That is what this is. They'll have it every few seconds. They will do a render check, and then they will pass out a bunch at once. And it will be like done over a bit of period of time. And there'll be prioritization. Like you'll see the ground will render better, and then you'll see the trees render better. That's probably the most visual this gets, because that is so much that's getting done that they have to actually let the processing go down as slowly as possible to ensure it doesn't just break your computer immediately. That's kind of batch related. And it's probably the best visual example that I could suggest with this stuff. But like, as an example, there is no way in hell I would rewrite this code here that we have. It would be unnecessary as hell. Because it's basically just going like... how do I explain this best? This gives me an array, like, pass through an array of coordinates to pull from. Then it will try and figure out what's the closest to the, like, this point here within this array. And then I can be able to pick which number of the closest I want. So, like, do I want the closest? Do I want the 5th closest? The 17th closest? So on and so forth. We're spawning a lot of things. It's how you do things. You can spawn a lot of things without it just slamming the game really hard and really quickly. That's why I say, like, the visual part here of the spawning is probably the best example, is like a singular frame having to do all the work means that, like, that one frame can take longer to do. It will lag the game for a single frame. In the previous game, it literally froze the game for like a quarter of a second. But you could tell that. With the batch system, it means that it does it over time in such a clean fashion that even when I was looking at the processing itself, you couldn't really see the impact. But batch-related actions is very, very common in a lot of processing engines by nature. I know, like, if I remember correctly, Unreal has it for render. Yeah, I'm pretty sure UE uses it for rendering, is they'll do batch rendering. Unless you specify otherwise. I'd have to double check my facts on that one if I was to, like, confirm it guaranteed, but I'm pretty sure it's batch rendered. So it will do sections at a time of rendering. And it will ensure, like, it will pass it over time so you don't render everything at once, which again, games that do that in the modern day tend to be those games that create such a hard lag spike that it can actually do damage to your GPU, which is why AAA tends to not do it. Or when they do it, it's because it's still in like beta testing and it burns an actual CPU and they then have to get refunds and shit. There's a reason why they don't want to do it, because it can cost them a fuckload of money. But it's also something that's very easily overlooked. There's a lot of other things that go through that, but yeah. And then let them go, get on camera at some time to make it look like they spawn together. I mean, the idea of this one, so... Yes. It depends on how you want to do enemies, right? Because if you've got limited amount of enemies going on, what you should do is have all of your enemies pre-spawned into the game, and you just move them to the game, like move them onto the screen when they're needed, and when they're not needed, you move them off again. This is actually how Pac-Man does it, right? Or like those sorts of games, or Space Invaders. Space Invaders doesn't get rid of the enemy object. It just moves it off screen. I think like the common thing was like 400 by 400. Like minus 400 was the coordinates. Keeping in mind that top left corner is normally 0, 0. So it would just be moved off screen. All of the objects get moved off screen and then told to stop doing things. That is how you do that under most situations. I am not doing that because I am creating so many enemies at such an infrequent way, and I'm creating different kinds of enemies, that it's easier to make the object as needed and remove the object when it's no longer necessary. One of my goals I've set is that I kind of want to average around 300 enemies as the peak of, like, how many enemies should be on the map, right? And I'll actually strictly have them so they de-render when off-screen, and things like that. Because that's the number I'm kind of aiming with, it means I need to still program for slightly higher, but not program, but I need to ensure that at 300 the game still runs cleanly. Because of that being the case, and because of the sheer infrequent and irregularity of everything, it makes doing things a bit different. In fact, you can actually see here, is that I have an array, like in the old game, again, a lot of this has just been copy-pasted over, in the old game I would have an enemy array of all of the enemies in the game that are currently alive, and I would check, is this greater than 300? If it is, we're gonna start doing culling. To, like, ensure that we can go down a bit. I'm gonna be removing this, somewhat, but while I remove that, I also am hesitant, and I'm gonna probably have to make some soft enemy cap architecture. I'm also gonna have to do something about enemy culling at some point, because obviously I can't just have enemies permanently on the map. That's not acceptable. I'm still trying to think a good answer for that, especially when we're talking with a multiplayer environment. It's all about, like, I have to have all of the enemies actually doing stuff on the map. I just don't need to render the ones that aren't on the active player's camera. Like the local player's camera. Right? It's like, am I being seen by the local camera? Am I within this viewport? No? Then I don't need to be rendered, is the short answer. Now, how do I want to check that? There's a few different ways to do that. There's like the very obvious way that it's like literally in the draw event of the object. I could have it check, am I in this space? If so, draw me, otherwise don't. I'm mildly hesitant on that because that could potentially be a pretty hefty if check for just a draw event. Keeping in mind as well, the draw event would be run, like, the problem, okay, this is coming back to that point with everything. The problem with anything I do with code related for enemies is I have to immediately put a question forward. If I'm running a code on the enemies, how many enemies am I running it on? If I'm running something like, do I render if I'm in viewport, I have to run that on every enemy. So every time I run this code, running it once isn't a problem, running it 300 times could be. Because it gets exponential. Especially when you start interacting with one of the things I have to sort out, which is like enemies in, nudging up against each other. It's, oh, this enemy stops like, if this enemy sees this other enemy and they can't pass through them, so they don't clump up too much. To stop that, it potentially means that I'm gonna be having to do, like, a check for all of the other enemies, like a collision check. If I'm doing a collision check like that, I am basically running on every single one of them a piece of code for every single other one. So it becomes this multiplying number that gets obscenely high very, very quickly. So I have to try and avoid that the best I can. Also, hey, you Darkrai, how's it going? So it's a difficult problem to kind of, like, get a great answer for, especially when we're talking about en masse enemies. That is the biggest problem I have with a lot of this, is how to do this sort of code without, like, overrunning it very easily. How am I? I am doing not too bad now, I gotta say. All things considered. Having a good morning so far. I've now kind of woken up, finally. It's only been like an hour and a half. But yeah, not too bad. Hope all's been well with you though. Hope you've had good weekend time. But yeah, this is why, like, I absolutely love, like, kind of going through a lot of these things, and how it's really, really difficult, to get a correct answer with a lot of these ones. It's a tricky situation. I wonder if the solution is more of a design choice or if it's more closely tied to the engine you're using. Yes and yes. It is equally the case. Technically speaking, your engine should be related to your design choices. If you ever go to make a game, you shouldn't pick an engine before you've decided on what the mechanics are of the game and everything. You should be picking an engine based on those things, right? It's always really important to do that because otherwise you get to situations where, as a fun example that I've used a few times in the past, did you know that Dragon Age Inquisition was made inside of a racing car game engine and it was designed so it only handled two-legged creatures? So they had to custom code in any creature that didn't walk like a normal human, which added an obscenely large amount of processing and effort that needed to be done. And that was because that was the engine that they were given to use. That was a decision that's not made per se by them, it was a decision made for them. So they had to figure out, it's because I believe horses are in that game, they had to custom code that animation architecture themselves. And that takes a lot of time. So it becomes this question of what do you want out of your game? The best argument I'll always give for how to decide that is look at what the game that engine was made for, right? Because every engine is made for a game, in a sense. Unreal Engine is the Fortnite engine, so if your game wants lighting related things or somewhat close to Fortnite related gameplay, then yeah, that's probably the right engine for you. If you want Unity, I forget which one Unity's was anymore. Unity's one's kind of become a bit more ambiguous, it's a bit of a problem. Game Maker, it's just like, you look at the top games and that's your answer, right? That's the easy way of looking at a lot of them. Is like, look at the top games made out of these engines, and you can see the range that it can kind of work in. The problem with Game Maker is that it's not a good one for UI and stuff like that. Like, making shaders and UI elements in Game Maker are probably the worst experiences with designing this game. The benefit I have is that those are the things I care the least about, personally. I care a lot more about my gameplay loop. I want to ensure like certain aspects of it. So therefore, that becomes a little bit more manageable. Godot is kind of like Game Maker in that sense, but kind of also like Unity. It's the halfway between those two. Where it allows for a lot of options, but it kind of gives you, it means you have to do a lot more work yourself. Like, the more complex your game gets, with Game Maker, for example, there's a lot of like safety nets. With Unity and with Unreal, there are a lot of safety nets. With Godot, there are less safety nets, but so many more options. And it's because it's a more lightweight engine that it means you have to do a lot more heavy lifting. So now I need the architecture for handling spawn counter and enemy spawning itself. And then, so let's work backwards for a moment here. At the moment, I have unit of that. So I need... Actually, I could probably be putting some of this over on the enemy thing, honestly. Yeah, I'm gonna rip this out here and put it in enemy core. Because what we're gonna have to do... So this is an enemy constructor. This is the actual enemy itself. Like the individual enemies. Which I'm probably gonna have to change how that is. I'm probably also gonna have to make a... an enemy base const. So what I mean by this, enemy base const, so this will be basically kind of, we'll go like name here, stats, I don't think I need anything else at this exact moment. Oh yeah, I'll need sprites and stuff like that. And we'll actually just get, so name equals name. Also need to remember to actually make this a constructor. Sprites equals sprites. And then... How do I want to handle stats, actually? No, I have to be careful, because if I try and use a inbuilt variable, it doesn't like it inside of a constructor. This is one of the more annoying things about like the word health being considered a inbuilt variable. Did you consider the idea of spawning a fixed number of enemies in the beginning and transforming one into another after it dies by changing sprites, array, and other things? So I have somewhat considered it. Again, the weakness becomes, and I'll ask you this question. Do you think if I have a potentially uncapped number of enemies, that would be the correct way to approach it? If you think that, like, sort of thing. But you know, I understand the properties aspect, yeah. If I have a potentially uncapped amount of enemies that I'm spawning in at a given time, is it correct for me to make them when needed, or make them prior? Because if I make them prior, then I am capping the enemies. If I'm not capping the enemies, but I'm making soft caps so they slow down with spawning, after a specific hit point, to just make it so it tailors off eventually. Because again, we're talking about a Vampire Survivors-like game, and the charm of those games, in my eyes, is that if you are losing, you are overwhelmed. If you are winning, you are still overwhelmed, but you are just killing them as they come in. And if we're talking about multiplayer, there is complications with that. While I don't per se disagree with the idea of some of them, it would change what the game's doing in the direction that I'm not aiming for, I feel. Do I think it's a good decision to do in a game like this? Yeah, actually, I see that being quite an interesting gameplay loop. I can see a lot of arguments to how that would be actually quite successful. You'd probably have it, so again, you'd load the map, you'd load a set amount of enemies, then you'd have them die, then you'd probably have, like, conditional checks of, like, I don't know, after a set amount of time, set amount of score, something like that, it changes the profile that it respawns them from. And again, by respawn, I mean literally just bring them from that, void zone, like the programmed void zone, back in with those new properties and new, details. It would probably overall cause less lag. I would say it would cause less lag, because it upfronts a lot more of the lag. But for me, personally, in the way I'm doing the game, it probably doesn't change any of the... Like, it's one of those ones where I don't think it also changes any of the actual problems. Because one of the problems we have is, for example, status effects. Status effects affecting enemies is one of the most resources-intensive aspects of this. Actually, it's the weapons themselves and all the actions they do. Actually, okay, no, let me correct that. When it comes to anything enemy-related, the things that take the most processing up for my game, personally at this stage, are the things when it is active. It is not the spawning of them, it is while they're alive and doing actions. Now, there's an argument that theoretically the overhead would come down a little bit, but I need to fix other grander problems anyway that would give me more lag preventative issues than that sort of thing. For this game in particular, the way I'm wanting to do it. Again, there's a reason why I'm trying to phrase it the way I am, is because that is not a bad idea. It is, in fact, a very good idea for a slightly different design of a game. And I 100% think it's actually a really, really good way of doing things if you're, like, going with probably a smaller amount of enemies overall, as well. I think that would be pretty solid. You have to deal with some interesting challenges. Yeah, I mean, any game has weird, wacky challenges that it has to involve itself with. For me, I mean, one of the things I have to fight against is this engine sometimes. One of the points I made with my best mate when he came over is like, best example of this. Vectors are not an inherent concept inside of Game Maker. Obviously, the architecture for them is because I've made them, right? Like, it wasn't hard for me to make them. It is just a constructor with a bunch of variable stuff in them. But, like, the concept of a vector itself does not exist in Game Maker. Directly. In a natural version of the game. The engine. And that meant that I had to wrestle with a lot of mechanics trying to introduce it. Now the game runs with vectors as its main processing for directional stuff. And it creates, in my eyes, a much more interesting movement system. And it feels better. But it also requires more processing. So I have to find overhead, areas where I can reduce the overhead to allow for these things to occur. That's why, in a sense, with the status effects, I'm going to, long term, when I come back to how I process status effects, I'm actually going to also run them through a batch system. Like a batch process. Because, again, the enemies processing their status effects do not need to be done all on the same frame. They just need to be kinda done in the same amount of time. So if, again, I'm moving from 1 frame to 5 frames or 1 frame to 10 frames, there is no actual substantial difference between those activations of that status effect. And that's kind of the goal with what I'm trying to do. I know there's like really fucking all over the place with some of that, and I apologize that it's a hard one to fully describe because, again, when it comes to game development, it also is down to the individual's like style, I guess, right? Design decisions are a little bit easier to like bring up and query and go like, why not do this instead? This is kind of in that design space, and it's why I love talking on it, because it's like, it's a mix between design and function, right? And it's where a lot of your design, like, your functionality is normally born from your design, but your design is informed by the functionality. Like, is this possible? Well, I'm gonna see what we can do around it. It isn't possible. I can't do that then. That's why the biggest design overhaul we did at one stage was how characters were selected. And that was, again, it was a suggestion from chat. Specifically Devil. Fuck you, Devil, by the way. But, like, we changed it from being a character select screen, where you would go in and you'd click the characters or move around the menu, and you'd do all the selection there, to being characters that you would walk up to and talk with. And this became really intensely difficult to get all of that architecture redone, and basically, it was a ground up, I think. You're doing a great job in putting it in a few words. Expressing code in natural language is hard. Yes. As I've said before, one of the biggest difficulties with programming, explaining programming to non-programmers in a sense, is the trying to avoid the usage of jargon. Because programming is one of the many things out there that uses a shitload of jargon. And I mean like a shitload. And that makes it significantly more difficult for a entry level to come in and learn. And it's often what turns people away from a lot of things, because they'll hear like me talking about frames even technically as a form of jargon. There's a reason why even when talking about frames, I explained there are 60 frames in a second. I'm sure anyone that's played a video game probably knows about 30, 60, 120 FPS, right? I'm damn confident most of y'all will know this. But it doesn't stop the fact that we need to explain what a frame means to a game developer. Because there is a fairly notable difference, because frame rate to a non-game dev means the visual aspect of the game, right? I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying the vast majority of people, when they talk on frame rate and they're not in game dev, they're talking about their visual frame rate. How many frames they can see with the game. They want a higher frame rate because they want more visual processing, even though the human brain normally can't really perceive above a specific point, and it's well and truly beyond what we go and aim for with games. It just becomes smoother, technically. Like, it's a very minor perceivable difference. But when it comes to a game dev perspective, oh, frames are a whole different thing. For gamers, FPS is about smoothness, but for devs, it's more of a time unit. Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect way of describing it, is It's a unit of measurement for us for how often an action is taken. So, again, with time units specifically is a great way of looking at it. It's how often do I want this to be done, and then you quantify it against real time. So if it's a 60 FPS game, I'm trying to take 60 actions per second. If I'm taking 60 actions per second, what do I do with that? How do I process a game to enable this better? So, it becomes a whole, like, there's a lot to that stuff, right? And I do find that stuff interesting. And I don't think most people don't find that somewhat interesting, I guess? I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I think it's really, really cool when, again, it's that peek behind the curtain aspect, right? Is like, you hear, there's a reason, I'm trying to remember what it was. There is a specific word that gets used a lot, that is actually really aggravating. And I think it's not as much now, but there was a specific word that was getting used a shitload by, the wider audience, and it actually was really bad for game development, because while it was getting used by the wider audience, the term got diluted, and it meant that it could no longer be used in game development as easily. I'm trying to remember what word it was. It was, like, the last couple of years it was the case. And, that's one of those fun ones where it's like, probably someone that was informed on something used this word. Some people heard this word, looked up a loose idea of it, or looked it up properly, used it in contexts that are like stretching it a little bit, and then other people saw that, didn't go further and research it, and it then eventually gets to people like getting to it that don't know what they're saying at all, and it detracts completely from what actually has been meant. Some people want to write their code and make things that they prefer to understand before doing. Yes. Like, I try and make an effort to, like, there's a reason why you'll see, especially, like, this is a great example. I'm going super slow with how I'm writing this. And that's not because I'm, like, completely just being an idiot. There is so much nuanced code in here to how I want to do stuff, and the fact that I'm changing a fairly rigid, well, this is a fairly rigid system, to an entirely new architecture. Like, again, I'm slapping one thing that shouldn't kind of fit, and I'm making it fit, right? To do that, there is a lot of complexity that goes into it. I'm going slow because I'm thinking through, while talking, all of the parts that I need to change to make this relevant and work correctly. Also, my headphones just informed me they're dying, and it's a very loud noise, and it's always a problem. But, like, for example here, so I'm gonna be doing target, it's not the right thing. It's instance, ID get. No, it's find. Yeah, instance find, player, target, not X. Except I could probably rip that out and give us a var target equals. Except I'm not going to have it as a var target, it's just target. Find target. And now it is target dot x and target dot y. So this is a great example, by the way, of something I don't do often enough, but I should be doing more. So this is overriding a bit of code here, and this is, you could argue, bad practice in some regards, but also, like, there's not really much of a point. Doesn't matter. If this fails, it would fail up here, so this doesn't actually matter. If it gets to here and it's failing, that means something's gone wrong up here. Or maybe related to this, we'll see. So if you're wondering what this bit of code here is doing, by the way, this is a little fun bit that I'm having to add in. I'm not handing in code, like the positional code now up here with the starting the processing, because that, while it makes things more efficient, it means that I'm actually limiting how much variability I'm kind of giving to players. What this is now doing is that anytime I go to spawn any group of enemies, like each individual grouping of enemies, or individual enemy basically, I'm checking for a random player. So out of all of the players I have, -1, I get a random number. That's because this means this will irandom 0 to number. If I put in 0 here, then this means this can come up with target 0 is instance find. Player 0 is player 0. This makes sense, right? And then I use that for my target coordinates for spawning spawn nearest point. Find nearest coordinates to target player. So it means that it's kind of spawning them a bit more sporadically around the players. If you have only one player, this means all of them are going to spawn around one player. If you have more than one player, it means that it's going to randomly spread them amongst them. Not in any, like, dedicated amount. There's an argument to be made I could do that, where I make it like it splits it evenly between the players. But, like, I'm gonna be honest, if you ever have played, like, the Swarm game mode for League of Legends, it didn't do that. There were times where you as a player had nothing spawning near you, and you were like, this is great. And then you had that other player screaming because everything was spawning on top of them. Keep in mind as well, spawn amounts will probably have to scale somewhat with, player count. So, like, the more players, the more enemies have to actively spawn. By, like, a small margin. It's probably going to be not noticeable early game, more noticeable maybe late game. But at that point in time, it's also probably not noticeable because you're already going to be surrounded in either version of it. The difference is that all the players will be surrounded. So it will be a bit more reasonable that way. Also, I love the best part about this sweep, like you're asking me these questions, is just a soft reminder. I did have a degree for teaching, or like in education, so I like the concept of doing the, or like asking about the whole like understanding before doing. I literally, that is my whole shtick, is I like to try and work through things in ways that can be brought down to as much of a bite-sized explanation as possible. And the other thing I learned very early on with doing my degree in education, and I absolutely adore my main lecturer I had for this, is the aspect of a teacher is, a good teacher is an eternal student. every day I'm trying to do my best to learn more and improve upon things. Sometimes that happens, sometimes that doesn't. Right? Sorry, I just was looking at something that I got sent. It does fit you. Yeah. It's really important to kind of take that perspective, I feel, for a lot of people. If you're constantly learning and constantly, like, taking the acceptance that you don't know everything, I guess it's, in a sense, why maybe I don't come off as egotistical nowadays as I once did, especially. Because, even though I do still kind of come off very egotistical to a lot of people, and I do always apologize for that, it's kind of a learnt trait. And it's not really how I think about myself. In fact, I think of myself very poorly. But, you know, it's probably... Oh, actually, okay. Let's not get into depressing topics for a bit, so we'll avoid all of that topic. But it's an aspect of a good thing for people to learn, is that that's maybe also why I come into conversations normally a lot more receptive, right? As I go in with the acceptance that I might not know all of the context, all of the information, and someone else might. Now, if I come into a conversation and I do know a good chunk about it, I'll definitely come in with that information, but I will also cautiously approach it because, obviously, people are allowed different opinions. I actually had an issue with this recently on one of the Discords I'm part of, the Discord that I'm an admin for. Because we had a bunch of people talking very negatively about a specific thing. I've talked about it before, so I'm going to avoid not getting into it, but it's a recent drama, and I basically gave my 2 cents for it, and I said very clearly, this is not as a staff I'm saying this stuff, this is my thoughts on the situation, very loosely. As a staff, I'm going to say, this is getting close to hate speech, be careful, and then people responded to it, and I had to respond going, because I am staff, I can't respond more to this because it could reflect negatively, and we've had issues in the past where people take words from staff when they're not acting as staff and treat it like it's words from staff. And because of that, I am very limited in what I can say and respond to, and that kind of cut that conversation pretty quickly, because then people realized even if I agree or disagree with them, I can't actually say much more. I already said my 2 cents, and that was all I could say. And I tried to say it in the most amicable way I could. But the problem was I got some very non-constructive responses. And that's the difficulty, again, with trying to have discussions of any capacity or arguments with text, is that inherently you lose nuance. Which is why the internet's not a great place for debate most of the time. And it makes me kind of sad every time for that. How much do I have as the batch size on this one? I assume it will be in controller. Alarm, grid, map, enemy spawn locations, batch. Oh, batch size. So remove that, and then I don't know if I need this current enemy array, but I'm gonna put it in for now. But there we go. We've got batch size now here. So now if I go back to enemy core, I can ensure that that's going correctly. It's pulling from other, because this is going to be contextually handled via, thing. But yeah, so this is an example here. So the batch size is 5 enemies will spawn every frame. So if I'm spawning 15 enemies, it takes 3 frames. But it means I'm spawning less at a time. I can make it even less than that if the enemies get more complex. But also the aim with these kinds of games is to not spawn too many complex enemies and leave complexity to stuff like bosses. And that's personally my belief, is I also want to ensure elites and bosses tend to be where the complexity is added. Because I think that makes more sense, right? Like sub-bosses, elites, those sorts of things, like the things that turn up very, very infrequently, they should add the complexity. Normal enemies, maybe they fire bullets, maybe they just walk at you. That's it, really, that you're aiming for. Maybe they will attack you at a little bit of range with a mortar-like strike, where it will attack a zone. I have just explained to you basically the 3 main enemies that will exist, or like the 3 main architectures that will exist for enemies. There's probably going to be like other stuff, but almost all of it's going to be derivative of those 3 concepts, right? I mean, I could even turn it more like down to the simple fact is one's going to run at you, one of them's going to be a caster. So it will try and go to a set range, maybe, and try and take an action. Be it shooting, be it mortar strike, whatever. I do need to add a ranged attacking enemy at some point. And I know the moment I do is the moment I'm gonna hate myself. Because I don't think there's anyone that plays Vampire Survivor games, or like those sorts of style of games, that are happy about projectile enemies existing. It is actively normally the most unliked enemy type in those games. And I find that mildly funny. Like, I just... Look, even I hate them, right? I hate them a lot. But also, by an argumentative sense, no matter how you say about them, how much you dislike them, you have to agree what they do for the game is beneficial. They make it so you can't just AFK. I have a strong build, I can't die. I just got shot and I'm dying. Like, it stops you from not playing the game anymore. They needed to add variety and challenge, correct. And it also admittedly then leads to situations like, I don't know how, again, how many people have played like Vampire Survivors at a high-ish point of stuff. There is a high-end build I do when I want to farm gold, right? And that build is a build designed so I can literally not touch the PC. It requires a very specific character and a couple of very particular combinations of effects, but it means I am untargetable for, I want to say like easily 70-80% of the game time, and the time I am targetable, I'm invulnerable. And if you think that's bullshit, yes. But my response to that is also, the character you do this with is bullshit. They are designed to be the final character, basically. The final godlike boss character you obtain. If anyone knows which one I'm talking about, it's like Queen... What is her name again? I could literally... You know what? There's an easy way to find out. I think it's like Queen Omega or something like that. There's a very easy way to find out. Because guess what? While I don't play it often, there is a game that's always been installed on my PC. Because every once in a while I boot it up to look at something. Because it's easier than looking at a wiki. I'm not going to actually play it, by the way. I am just going to look quickly. Okay, there we go. PC kun gambatte. Yeah, pretty much. We're getting there with getting the new PC built. I've got the case, I've got some of the cooling fans now, and then we had the PSU and the CPU bought. So, like, genuinely, we're actually down to kind of like the last stages of what I need to do. I need to get the GPU. I need to get a couple more pieces of cooling items for it, and the motherboard, and then, like, RAM and SSD. So we're actually getting really close to, like, finishing it. The GPU is the big thing, because that's still very fucking expensive. But I have been given, a potential... Sigma. That's the character. Queen Sigma. That one there. But I have been given... What's going to be your CPU-GPU combo? So, the CPU... give me a sec, I'll pull that up. I just want to see if I can find... Is it in collection that I can get this information? Where is the sigil? Oh, no. Yeah, so this is part of it, I think, right? Good lord, there's a lot of unlockable things that I have not picked up because I haven't played this game in ages. Point is, basically with the Queen Sigma, how you do her build is if you really want to do this thing, you get these two here, get this item, and then you upgrade her main weapon thing, because basically what ends up happening... What the Sigma, am I right? Jesus. What you do with those is, if you have enough cooldown reduction, she, basically, she removes herself from the game, turns into a giant, like, galaxy black hole thing, and is untargetable for the duration. If you have enough cooldown reduction, she basically pops out, 1, 2, 3 seconds, maybe at most, goes back into it. And if you have the Laurel upgraded, this thing here, caps incoming damage at 10, and when you get hit, it takes a charge, and that charge is what takes all of the damage for you instead. And you have set amount of charges, but the thing is, they're also affected by cooldown. So if you have enough cooldown reduction, you just can't die anymore. So you do all of that, and with the Vicious Hunger, you get a lot of gold coming in. With Gorgeous Moon, it means that you're constantly sucking in all of the dropped items on the map and doing an insta-kill effect. You use the Infinite Corridor to, again, it halves enemies' health, so it's really good for ensuring your weapons maintain doing damage and killing things into the late game. Yeah, this combo is really strong, by the way. If you go for, like, the super end game, trying to play the game combo thing. But yeah, the CPU I have, because again, it's behind me. I could go quickly grab it, actually. Oh no, I'm not gonna bother, it's because the headphones are plugged in and I'm just gonna have to deal with a lot of technical stuff. It's actually easier if I go look up from the place I bought it from. TV Tech. Actually, no, wait, does, my PC parts picker still have it on there? There we go. I forgot you call yourself Adobe Illustrator. Yeah, my Steam profile is Adobe Illustrator. This is the CPU I have. It's the Ryzen 9 9900X. Is what I literally have it behind me. I have bought this powered, that's that case, it's been behind me as well. This is the PSU that I have behind me as well. These are the two other parts I'm looking at buying, and to give a better thing for this, because I can switch to New Zealand to show like pricings hit from here. Here we go. This is the pricing that I'm kind of looking at. I'm looking at about 1,600 here, and I'm looking at about 500 here. Very high end. I mean, this is so, welcome to how I handle doing these sorts of things. My philosophy is when you do an upgrade, you try and go just a bit below the top end, because that way it lasts you as long as possible, and you just treat it with respect so it doesn't break before then. This PC was that philosophy. There's a reason why it still does me well, and it's almost, I think, actually a decade old. And that's not a joke. The best way to find that out is, it was just after The Witcher 3 released. This computer I'm running is a decade old. It was very high-end at the time. It has a 1070 in it, which was the best GPU, basically, the moment you could. I think it was like one generation down from the best, actually. But something like that. It was about a $3,500 PC to build. That's why this PC is so rough, is that, like, it's kind of at the 3 to 4K range. Which adds up quite a lot. Did you consider AMD GPUs? Back when I made this one, no, because AMD was not really that great. This is an AMD that I'm using now, or that I'll be using. That is because they are just actively the better choice now. Especially with how I want to set it all up. Because of, I believe, if I do this correctly, I can't remember if this GPU is actually allowed for it. I'll have to check this with some of my friends on this. But there is an AI auto balancer that exists with AMD now, where basically what it can do is it can recognize when either the GPU or the CPU is getting overloaded and the other one isn't. So it will rebalance the processing, so it will start using more CPU instead of GPU or vice versa. It is a fairly recent technology. I believe this motherboard allows for it. I'm pretty sure this GPU also allows for it. A AMD GPU would probably be better, but I'm pretty sure price-wise, they're more expensive. But yeah, like, that's why I'm running the CPU as an AMD. It's just, AMD's kind of one of the best ones nowadays. Let's see, AMD. If you're wondering, this is the main site that I buy from because I know people in the place. AMD GPU. So I can get, I can get friends and family discount, basically. So what am I comparing against? I'm comparing against a 50 series. Series. I mean, technically, this is probably better then. Right? Slightly cheaper as well. Where is your specifications? I don't care about your fucking shite that you tell me there. Here we are. You'd want a 78, 98, 79, or 9070 in your build. Yeah, well, 100%. So yeah, maybe we go with this instead, or as like my kind of suggestion of my own PC part instead. So, okay, if I was to do that, I need... See if I can get it somewhere cheaper. There's always a good shout as well. I should be able to just... it's a gigabyte. We're looking for a gigabyte AMD. What was it again? It was a Radeon RX 970. Where's that one? Which one was this? Gaming OC. Okay, so it's this one. Especially in VRAM, but it sometimes uses the performance is a lot worse, like AI or Adobe products. That makes sense. Okay, so that's $14.95. So it's about, I can get this for about $100 cheaper somewhere else, so I'll be able to use that as an argument with them. Yes, by the way, that is literally one of the things I do. It's like I said, I can get friends and family discount with this. And if the friends and family discount's lower than this, I can still just go, hey, I could get it cheaper here. And they're like, cool, we'll fucking fix that then. I love being able to, like, talk with people in the industry, about this stuff. I have a lot of friends. There's a reason why, like, this is very loosely built still. This probably is correct as well, because this means I'm matching brand with the motherboard, which means there'll be more interconnected stuff to make it easier and guaranteed. Okay, there you go. So it cut the cost by a little bit though. That's good. Just check how they perform on your most intensive users. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, that's one of the things I can kind of do with some of this stuff, is it will check the correct pinnage as well. And normally it will check me their processing points. This is complaining because I don't have a CPU cooler set. Which I think I have one, but I'll need to double check with my mate if there's a better choice. Because I might just use the one that because I've got a... What is it? I'm just gonna have to look for a second. I'm not signed in. Okay, give me a second. I'm going to hide my screen so I can sign in and look at my stuff. I think that's my login details. Yes it is. Okay, I'm gonna add this to my wish list so I can remember to go grab it later. There we go. Okay, so let's... Yeah, even at this place, that's just cheaper option. But yeah, so that's the thing there. Ignore that. There's another thing I wanted to look at, and this I will have to hide screen again, actually, now that I think about it, because I'm going to go look at my old order for a part that I have, but the orders will obviously show my address, so I kind of can't do that. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the water cooler. There we are. This is one of the ones that I've got behind me that I bought recently. I don't believe my tower enables this to be the CPU one, though. I'm not sure. To be fair, I've got other things that I'll do for it, probably. Because I think the tower I have doesn't have the thing for that. The space. Can I just go to, where is it? Specifications. Ah, pain. It's just off. I mean, if I take the HDD cases things out, I could. For that. Because that's... No, wait, that's the GPU clearance. Where am I looking for again? Good pick. I like this one. It's I decided to go with a full tower because they're one, cheaper, and two, it means that I have a lot more room to work with internally. This one also has like one of the things that actually sold me a little bit was this part here, the modular HDD cages, because there's a lot of them, and it means that I can just go like so much more for it. Even if in the end I went for a dual chamber mid tower. Yeah. No, I think the previous one I've got some mid tower. And I've got nothing wrong with mid towers. I think they're perfectly reasonable. But if I'm going for, like, I'm making something that will last intensely, this is actually probably the correct bet. There's a reason why I'm going to have to put it next to my desk, though, because it's not going to fit where my current one is. And I'm also going to be still using my current one for streaming, so... But yeah, no, this cooling is pretty solid as well. So this will be good to have. This will be all set up, and I will set up all the stuff around it. But no, I literally have these behind me. Like, they're literally behind me. And I can stress, by the way, the box for this tower is, like, up to my hip. It is not small. In fact, to, like, really evidently show that, because there's no address stuff on the front end of it, I can show this. There it is right there. Right? And to stand next to it, oh god, this is, I have to, cables. Like, I'm not kidding with height. Like, this is my hip here. It's at the bottom of my hip. It's big. Also, yes, I'm in a dressing gown. Fuck you. I do that in the mornings. Because it's cold. It's cold here. You don't understand. Full towers are huge. Yeah. It's really fucking, it's big. So that's why I'm like, I just think it's better for me, for what I'm wanting to do. So yeah, there's a reason why there's the PC upgrade thing at the bottom left of the screen. You still have FleshTuber model, exactly. I know, I didn't commit the full Eldritch Ritual, so I'm not like fully converted to only anime. To be fair, I dread the day if I ever do that, and you wanna know why? Is because if I have my own model custom done, I'm probably gonna have it as like a hot oldish guy, maybe? And I'm gonna struggle because I'll be looking over at my stream thing the whole time going, oh. Oh. Me like. That's the problem with making, like, a good model. It's the fear that you start looking at it yourself and just go, that's good. But yeah, so this is what I'm currently trying to build, just with these aren't here yet, obviously. I don't have that much money. There's a reason why I'm gonna be having some tight weeks at the moment, is because I bought these. Reject Flash, embrace Anime Boy. I stand by the day I'm able to afford. So again, my current plan with things is I'll finish building this PC. I will try and get some form of vehicle for myself, like I'm trying to go for a motorbike. And then after that, I'm probably going to try and get an actual like custom model done. And I will actually be like splashing out for that. That's how I do this shit. So I'll be probably aiming for like maybe 3-4 grand for that at minimum. Like I'll have to save up for that. It'll be fun to have my own model at some point instead of using kind of like a open use one. I still want to, one day, but I doubt that's going to be happening for, well, simply put, if it's taking me almost an entire year or like of constant work to build a PC, how long, that's about 3-4 grand, how long do you think it's going to take for the VTuber thing? And it doesn't help that I also want to play Magic and buy more Magic stuff in between, right? Dude, how badly I want to buy more fucking Final Fantasy cards, man. Oh my god. I want them. I want the Final Fantasy. I want the Final Fantasy cards. I should probably... You know what I could do, actually? Probably handle most of this internally like this. So instead of having these values here, we have them in here. And then... do this instead. This should actually minimize how complex this is going to be and how hard it is to maintain. Okay, and then, so how does the rest of this kind of handled here? So batch array, start spawn processing. Spawn processing is this. Total to spawn, current enemy, spawn counter. Okay, so no, those variables are handled like that. Okay. So these aren't handled here. They're handled from this. Total to spawn, current enemy. So I might need to give this context. So what I will do is instead array create 0. I think is it. Do I put a new for this? I've done this recently, and I'm trying to remember where I've done it. It's in the player code, I think. No. Where have I done it? In cooldowns related. There it is. So yeah, I just put in the thing, not new. So we want in here. So if you're wondering what I'm doing right now is I'm setting context for this so it means it's easier to work with. So by doing this here, this now recognizes these variables here as what this is. Yeah, so it's currently, this is not liking it because it's like, hang on a minute, I can't quite get the correct context here, but these are recognizing the correct context. That's what's important. So this means that I can actually see what is being correctly attributed to where it needs to be. Okay. I do love looking every once in a while at my Steam profile and it is just straight up Adobe Illustrator. It's a funny gag and I don't think I'm gonna change it anytime soon. I've not changed it in years, by the way. This is basically how I set it up and I left it like this for, I don't know how long now. Yeah, it doesn't even have any of my old aliases because I cleared them at one point. You don't know who this is. That's why I've got the tech background as well. Maybe I should change my profile stuff at some point. Tell you what, if I do end up doing this like soft rebranding thing that I said I'll do, where it's like change my profile icon and stuff like that, I'll do it then, because then I just can put it in correctly. You're not gonna change it until Adobe sues you? Honestly, probably. It's just funny as well, because it's just that kind of, like, again, you can date that meme to that one fucking, thing where it's, a person posted making a joke going like, when I'm in the middle of my assignment and I see this in the bottom corner, and it's literally just Microsoft Word has started playing, I can't even fucking remember what it was, but it was like a Steam thing popping up, and it's just like, man, when your paper's doing so poorly, even your paper itself is procrastinating. I saw that and I couldn't stop chuckling, so I decided to make that as Adobe Illustrator. But I guess we should probably, like, change it one of these days to Malith. But yeah, I'll do like a soft rebranding alongside getting the emotes done. Because I think that would be like a fun thing to do, is have emotes that are stylized in the way of like the character I want, not the current character I am. Much like that little bit that I have for like the icon of me that I use for chatting in collabs. Because I know that that's been asked before, is like, what's the icon I use for my thing on Sakura streams? Which I think I've shown it before, right? The design. I always like try and keep it somewhat secretive with things like this, but like this is one of those ones where I'm like, I've shown this before and it's fun to show. It is a little bit of art I did when I was like thinking about VTubing initially, and is what I would kind of want to do for my model in the loosest, like, this is the direction I would be going. Let's see. I think it's under images and under getting back into it. And then it's this one. Yeah, Azu. Because I had the fox idea for a while, and then I had this idea as well. And if you're wondering where, like, most of the design comes from, this is an outfit I commonly wore in real life. Like, it's literally, I have these jeans still, I have this vest shirt, and I still have this purple shirt that I have there. And I actually wear this. I've worn it for stream once, I think. And this is also how I tend to have my sleeves when I'm wearing it. There's a reason why a lot of people, like, think I'm from a fucking gang or a mafia. Just because of I walk down the street like this. And then I'll have, like, aviators on or something as well. Like, sunglasses, aviators. But yeah, that was the design I had for a while that I kind of wanted to do. Nice drip. Yeah, I like it. It's fun. Maybe I'll one day get this done. One of the days. This is not, like, I look back at this as well and I'm like, there's so much about this drawing that's so wrong. Like, the fucking upper body shape is so off. So weird looking. But that's why, like, where is it? It's in my assets somewhere. Characters. Player characters. There we go. See if I can get this to load quickly. Yeah, I forget it's really small because it's a thing. That's just terrible rendering of it like this. Let's just open up the fucking program. This. It's just be easier to do. There we go. That was my attempt at doing the same design, sort of, mixed through. Except it's a little bit more dragon-esque now, by the visual. I tried to mix it a bit more to being like a dragon-esque demon. But it's basically the same. If you, like, look at the way that this is visually done here versus, like, this, obviously. You can pretty much tell. Which I want to, like, stress the fucking humor I have with the eyes. I liked the idea of having, like, blue eyes for it and stuff like that, right? And then, like, when I bought this model, there was the eyes change thing that I have, active constantly. This actually changes the eye color to being, more blue. As you can see, I toggle it off, toggle it back on. This was a decision, like, I liked the blue idea for eyes before even this model stuff. Look at him walking. Yeah, his walking is, really fun, because it is just him floating. Basically. It's mostly with the wings, and it's just his legs kind of like moving a little bit. Probably needs still a little bit more cleanup and work, but you know, for something that I threw together off a very loose design, I felt like this wasn't too bad. Especially this is a character you're not really supposed to get access to. Welcome to, like, the most poorly kept secret about this game was this secret character. But yeah, so that's one day that'll be a model I'll do for myself, I guess. It's kind of, again, mixed between demon dragon-esque thing, because I like the idea of being able to play around with the design, and one of the things I kind of came to conclude is if I want to do it, I'm someone that would write a lore that's like several pages long for this kind of dude. And the point of the lore will literally just be to allow me to do whatever the fuck I want whenever I want with the design of it. Do I want to make it so they're in an outfit? Do I want to make it so they change their visual appearance? Do I want to make it so I could be a fucking, I don't know, gender bent version of it? Yes, all of this would be acceptable within their scope. And that's important to me. And also the aspect of trying to avoid just doing the power creep argument where it's how many times VTubers is just like, oh, this is a dog, then this is an angel, then this is the embodiment of death. Oh, here's the embodiment of existence. Oh, look, here's gods. A shapeshifter or what they called. So the loose idea I had with the character was he's just an embodiment of feelings and emotions. Typically he's the embodiment of stuff like desire and all that, but it means that he changes form based on feelings and all that sort of stuff, and it means that he's not cosmically powerful, he just exists. And that's about it. Because originally he was, like, his nickname was, the demon version of him was supposed to be a play on Asmodeus, right? So his nickname was Azu. And he was supposed to be the demon of desire. That was the original design. And I was going to lean way more into the, like, sultry sort of style of stuff. But that, I felt, worked at juxtaposition with my desire for educative purposes. Like, trying to aim to be more of a scholar than anything. So that's why it's kind of, that's the shift with the character. Then there was a little while where I considered doing kind of like a fox guy, an old fox like bartender, and make the story around that and all that. But it just, that's why I say, like, I want a style that means I can commit to whatever I feel like at the time, and it never be incorrect. I just need to have one or two things that maintain throughout all of the changes. Right? Now, you could make an argument it doesn't really matter. Look at, like, Iron Mouse, for example. She just uses alternate realities when she needs to, or she just cosplays with the characters and stuff. And I think that's also a great way of doing it. I just I know I would personally sit there and go, multiple dimensions, not my shtick. Just make one character that exists and all that, and just make it so they exist. I don't want to go through too much effort with it at the end of the day. While I want to make a fairly intense story, I know how I would do it all. And also, before you ask, with the lore, yes, the lore would have him that he's old. He's just been around for a long time. So the old man is never going away. He will still say the back in my day. I could never not do that, right? It's just never happening. But yeah, so that was the idea. There's a reason why, there is... Okay, you wanna know one of the reasons why, the opinion he was young and ever crossed your mind? Exactly. So one of the things of why... But yeah, no, going back to it. So one of the reasons why I want to get better at singing is I actually have written, like, part of a song that I wanted to do for that character. And it is a song I have worked on for years, and it has a lot of, like, personal meaning to me. And I would love to do it. I would absolutely love to do it. But I don't recognize my own skill and such with singing as much. So that's why I'm like, I want to improve at that, so when I go to do that song, I can do it justice. Like, I have it in my notebook, I think, somewhere. I've also hummed it and sung parts of it on stream before, just while I'm bored. Because it's something that's, like, constantly running in my head. I hope you'll get there. I hope so as well. Like I said, I do want to do more karaoke streams in the future, or somewhat like that, or just have more opportunities to do karaoke in the future, because I actually, while there was so much anxiety and stress around that stream, and I'm not even kidding, like, it got to a point at certain stages where I had, like, stomach pain from the anxiety. I still enjoyed it overall. I haven't gone back and watched it and reviewed it yet, though, because I'm dreading going back and listening to my own singing much more than I already have. Because I know it's not that great at a lot of points. I know parts that I fucked up a lot, and it just requires me... Again, the thing I acknowledge this. I know this in my brain. I know this 100%. Doesn't stop how I feel, though. Is I know I'm not that bad, and my biggest weaknesses are confidence and experience. Like, those are the two biggest weaknesses I have when it comes to singing. This is just flat how is the case. It's an indisputable thing, even to me. But it doesn't stop how I feel about it. Right? Did fairly good for first karaoke. Yeah, like, it's one of those things of, if I was not the person doing it, that is exactly how I would see it. Right? But it's because I am the person that did this. It's because I am the one that did the thing, and that I'm being hypercritical and hyper negative about it all because, oh no, I didn't do good enough. It's like, bitch, you did fine. You didn't do absolutely badly. You're fine. You sound pretty good in some points. I'm sure you're gonna figure out a lot of things very quickly since it was your first time. Yeah. I mean, like, the fact that I tossed together a lot of things as well. Like, I didn't practice a lot of the songs as much as I should have, and I acknowledge that a lot. I spent, like, especially for the last 2 days before it, I spent, like, 5 to 7 hours practicing the songs. And I'm not even kidding with that, by the way. I practice a shitload by the end. But I definitely should have practiced for a lot longer. For over a longer period of time is what I mean. Which is why, like, I'm annoyed at myself for still not practicing as much right now. Admittedly, I'm kind of distracted by a lot of other things at this stage, but, like, I should be making an effort that, like, every day or so, I try and put in, like, an effort, at least, to try and sing. Right? Because the songs I sang there during that stream, almost all of them have some meaning to me that are, like, of variety, of, like, varying reasons. Some of them are just really fun songs, and some of them I felt like I could sing, and some of them are, like, very important to kind of who I am now. I mean, like, the Iron Mouse song is a great example of that. It's like, that song I listened to every single day at the beginning of the day for, like, up until after that song got released to when it got banned for a little bit. Or it got, like, copyright struck, or whatever it was in the end, for a portion of time, on Iron Mouse's channel. Yes, it got hit by a copyright thing on her own channel. It was really dumb. And it was really scummy, the people that were doing it, and it opened up a very obvious problem with a lot of these systems. You might use an app for vocal training to force yourself to do a bit every day. I would love it. Is there an app for that? Like, genuinely? Is there a thing for this? Or is it just like, should I just set an alarm? But the problem is, if I set an alarm, because I'll be honest, I need to pull my shit together and set up Duolingo again. And, like, start doing my lessons for languages again. So, like, I guess it's doing language studies, doing vocal training stuff again, both for singing and for voice acting might be fun. And then getting better at exercising on a regular basis again as well. It's those are, like, the 3 daily things I want to pull my shit together and do. It's just hard to fucking do sometimes. I'm sure everyone has that kind of feeling, to an extent. I tried Sing Sharp. I don't sing, so I only use it for vocal warm-up, but it might fit you, okay? It's better than mine. Okay, I'll write that one down. Sing Sharp. Where's my notebook? Because again, like, I've made this very clear. If you have suggestions to improve upon things for me, I'm always down to check them out. Alright, where is a good spot on my book to write it? Probably here. Sing Sharp. There we go. I can always, again, it's one of those things, I can always give it a try. If it doesn't work for me, it doesn't work for me, and I can try and find something else. It's a learning exercise. I don't know what that 27 is for. There we go. Alright, this is getting somewhere. Yeah, no, I need to set up Duolingo again. I need to get back into learning some languages, I think. I keep saying it. I keep needing to do it. The problem is, right, and I'll say this very openly as my problem with a lot of those sorts of things, and it's a fault on me. Again, I want to stress, this isn't a fault with those, it's a fault with me with those things. Is like Duolingo, what ended up happening with me was I would only do it, I do it as I'm going to bed. And it means I'm tired, I don't want to put in a lot of effort right now, so I will do one of the basic things and repeat doing lots and lots of basic foundational skills, but not actually improving. And not like improving my actual speech ability with it. My reading comprehension for Japanese at one point got really, really high in basic stuff. And that was because I was doing that daily as I went to bed. So my brain's actually taking in retention stuff. I've done all sorts of stuff around that stuff before. It is not the right way to kind of do it. I should be doing it either before stream in the morning, which I normally don't have time for, so I'm probably not going to do that, or sometime once I've rested in the afternoon. But it's hard for me to admittedly remember to do that. And I openly admit to that. So I really should, like, just set up a bunch of stuff for that. Do singing, do Duolingo, and do and a bit more exercise. Because there was a point in my life that I felt the best in recent-ish years, where I was just doing like 10-20 minutes of exercise every day. And it wasn't even like that intense of exercise, but I was doing that and I felt so much better about myself. So I definitely want to just get back to that point, because it was literally just using Ring Fit, right? Ring Fit Adventure from the Switch stuff. Just, yeah, I still have that. I have that actually set up to use, and I've used it a couple of times since I set it up. I just keep forgetting to, like, do it more. Or when I think to do it, it's like, it's too late in the day. It's not good to do, like, intense exercise before going to bed, because it's actually not good for you. So I won't do it. So it's not how that works. It's not how that works. Variance. Oh, that's what the variance is. That's what that value was. It was variance. Okay. So, what we'll do here... So... How do I want to do the spawning aspect now? How do I want to handle the spawning part here now? So this is the active effort of spawning the enemies in. probably don't actually change much of this. Because I think I got most of this correct here. So what we're gonna need to re-add is repeats, chords, equals 0. No, I'm not gonna do that. We're just gonna remove that aspect of this completely. And then we're going to give, there we go, variance. So this is no longer the case. So this is being run from there. So it would be other enemies spawning. This should actually be correct then, because it would be run from other. Right? I'm pretty sure if I'm calling the function on other, it's calling the function at other. Okay, so then here we need this part back, and here I put 27. So there's probably a reason I had 27 there, though. And if we go back to here... Okay, so it is this part here. No, I don't want the game maker manual opening up, thanks. So we take that and we put this in here. Space spawn cluster amount. So I'm gonna have to change how I do this then. A lot. I don't think I use this anymore then, right? The enemy constructor. Just because of how I'm gonna be doing this, I'm gonna probably still have the data retained on the object. No, I will have to make this part again. That's gonna be a nightmare. Yeah. You know, one of the things I find really fascinating. So, I'm gonna call out Twitter as per usual. I'm gonna call out Twitter a little bit, right? So I curate my like Twitter feed fairly heavily. So like if drama shit turns up and it's like stuff that I'm really just, it's not beneficial for me to read, I tend to just ignore it and move past it, and it's a big fight for that. I do a lot with that, right? Sometimes drama will turn up, and I just find it absolutely fascinating, because something will come up being like, why do people hate the student? I'm like, I fucking don't know. Why am I getting that question on my timeline? I have no reason to dislike this person or like this person. I don't care. I just know they've interacted with people I've interacted with. What was the one that I saw recently for that? It's that one cosplay guy that, like, collabed with Iron Mouse recently for a song. Like, BBNO$, I think was his, like, name, or something like that. I don't know how it's supposed to be said. So I just don't think I'm gonna bother trying to say it correctly. But like, I saw some, apparently there's a lot of negativity towards him that I was thinking, and I was like, what do I gain from, like, knowing that it is negativity? I have nothing, I got nothing against him, nor nothing towards Lewa. But yeah, it happens so often with so many other people as well, right? I just find that so... It's so Twitter. So Twitter. Right. I think Twitter algo does a great job at spreading specific negativity. Yeah, I'll agree with that. It's okay. No, let me. Its baseline algorithm is, and it's a really hard fight to fight against it. Like I said, I make an effort, so most of the time I don't see this stuff. One of the things I will call out is some of the people I follow will interact with said negativity, and that tends to then get that negativity stemming into my feed. But I also understand some of the ones that have interacted with the negativity because they're really actually just going like, this is dumb, stop doing this. Alright. One of the reasons I nuked my Twitter a few months ago, now I was considering trying to recover it, but man, it's hard, and it's really hard to justify. Especially when you've got, like, Blue Sky as an option. Which, admittedly, I don't go on Blue Sky as much as I haven't gone on it for months. I basically set up an account over there, I posted, like, once or twice, and then I left it. I would like to go back to it, but the problem is I don't have a way of posting onto both. If I was given a way to post to both platforms at the same time, with the same tweet sort of thing, or the same, like, message, I would actually use both quite actively. It's the same reason why, like, realistically, I would not use Twitch almost at all if it wasn't for the fact that I can dual stream to the platforms. Right? If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't do it. I would choose YouTube over Twitch. But I can, and because I can, it's beneficial for people that want to watch. Fun fact, by the way, this is where I get to like talk on technical sides from behind the scenes. It is actively to my detriment to stream on both platforms most of the time, because it splits the audience and it means that the growth is split. My Twitch doesn't grow very, like, at all, because there's only a handful of people that will watch over there. My YouTube grows slower because people are over on Twitch instead, as well. Fascinating little thing that is. And realistically as well, one of the things that actually benefits a content creator is not the streams normally, and this is pretty universally the case. It's not streams, but it's highlight videos and shorts. Those are the things that actually grow your channel. I don't do either of those at this point, and that is to my detriment, and that is purely because the amount of work required to do those and everything around it is just, I don't enjoy doing them. They take so much of my time up, and it means that when I was doing them actively, I was actively not being able to program even more so than even if I wanted to program, I couldn't, because my entire weekend was spent doing editing and doing shorts and uploading and everything like that. It would take so much of my time to do. And admittedly, I could have made it more efficient if I wanted to, but at the end of the day, it is a big issue with that. And it's why I've stressed before, like, if I was given the opportunity to instead, like, have someone do that stuff for me, yeah, that would be a thing I would be doing. But I also don't have the money to pay someone to do editing. Twitch clipping tool makes it pretty fast as long as you don't want to edit on top of it. Yeah, I think that was the problem, is that, like, I wanted to edit on top of it. It does make it significantly easier and faster. And I tried to set up something to do clips a bit faster and easier via that. It's just, it wasn't easy answers, is simply it. There wasn't easy enough answers, and because there wasn't easy enough answers, I just took the more manual way, and it took a long time. To explain how I did it before, what I would do is if there was a moment I thought was clip worthy, I would write down a timestamp of the stream, because I can see, like, how long the stream's been live, in my notebook, and then I would try and find that rough amount of time in the VOD once I downloaded it. And then I would rip that out, and then I would start editing around it. I would edit it down, I would add slight tweaks and stuff to make it more visually appealing, everything like that, and it would take, sometimes it took less than a minute, sometimes it took like half an hour and an hour, right? Depending on the short that I was doing. And then it would take like 20 minutes to upload, and I would only upload it to YouTube, which was again a mistake. And then I would just repeat that process, and it would take up like days worth of time to do all of the clips for a week, because I would try and do a short for every day of the week. Or at one point, I was doing 2 shorts per day. I was uploading 2 shorts per day. And that was not good, because their quality was not as high, and it just meant I was pumping out shorts for the sake of doing it, not for benefiting either viewers or the channel. And that was like what it came down to. Is I burnt myself out with it, I didn't enjoy it. I kind of enjoy creative editing, but the problem with creative editing is that it takes an extreme amount of time, and I don't have the dedication for that nowadays for things that aren't programming, really. That's what's stopping me from being a clipper, but you can try to note down some portion of your streams that you can clip without editing at all. Yeah. Like, I give massive respect to clippers, because, like, a lot of the time, especially those that do end up being, like, a lot more successful, especially, is because they actually do put in a lot of effort to, like, doing up, subtitles, they do up slight edits, stuff like that I really give a lot of credit for, and it's awesome. And I know that not all top-end clippers do that, and nor do, all clippers that are all clippers that do that are top-end. Like, I'm trying to stress, like, there are people that put in the effort and don't get the traction, sadly. Happens. Of course, editing will always make it better, but take any random 30 seconds of you laughing at dickheads, and that's a clip. Yeah, and I agree, and it's one of those things that, like, that there is a great example of I should just make that a thing, right? Like, there was the one that was posted to the Discord recently, that I 100% actually very considered, doing, where is it? Trying to remember where it was put. Was it in videos? No, it wasn't in videos. Someone posted... general. It was us responding to Saba. Yeah. Like, someone gave me this. I love this child so much. You have no idea how much I'm in love with this child. This is a like, I got sent that, I'm like, yeah, no, I would probably make that a short. Genuinely. That's funny. Beautiful, out of context. Nice, quick, to the point. And that was also one of the problems I had with doing my editing of shorts, is I tried to give a little bit of context with them when it was a joke like that, so it doesn't look really bad. But the problem with some of the humor that we have on streams, the best part is how out of pocket it is, that even with context, it makes it no better, and it's that kind of charm. It's a good show, but it doesn't have to be public. But it's things like that that I really would love to just maybe. How much is it to, like, hire an amateur editor? Because I would prefer to hire someone that is willing to work with me at however, like, capacity they can, and just produce content that's kind of along the lines I would like, and gives them an opportunity to learn. That would be my preference. I've said this before, giving an opportunity to someone that's, like, newer is normally more beneficial for you long term. even if they like go to leave eventually because they've like learnt what they want to learn, you could even put a request in going, hey, what if like you helped train up the next person? Then I'd pay you for that. How much is it for an editor? Let's go look at like like average pricing points for it, eh? I'm curious now. Probably a good example would be Fiverr, right? I think that's how it's spelled. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back. Apparently the stock price of Fiverr has gone down. Thanks, Google, for giving me information that's extremely relevant. I assume it would be under video and animation, right? Vibe coding. I hate vibe coding. Oh my god, that shit can die. Alright, video editing. Jesus Christ. I understand that obviously it might be a good professional, but you know. What's vibe coding? Vibe coding is a thing, how do I describe it bit? The main problem I have with vibe coding is it's AI coding, basically. And it's not AI, like, you're not coding AI, it's you're coding with an AI. That's how a lot of businesses use it. In fact, let's actually see, so before I say more on that, vibe coding. So I'm pretty sure it's literally you're directing an AI. Vibe coding is a software development approach that heavily relies on artificial intelligence to generate the code from natural language prompts. Generative AI. Yeah, it's generative AI coding. Vibe coding is so dumb. It's people refusing to learn coding as much as possible and trying to rely on AI as much as possible. Yeah, and that's not good. Because you know what a fucking... I've said this before. I've tried to use ChatGPT for programming purposes because I was curious how good or bad it would be. You get maybe 5% of code that is actually usable after hours of work. The amount of time spent to get the code to function is not worth the amount of time. It is good for getting an idea or premise explained out a bit and getting some really bad examples, but you can get some examples out of it. Oh, you just prompt it and it does the coding. That's just trash. Pretty much. But then I get people that will go like, AI artists are real people too. And it's like, no, no, you're not. You're not a real artist if you're trying to use that as an argument. Okay, so I'm kind of seeing like about 100 New Zealand dollars per like averagey quarter sort of like video. Some of these are very rough priced. To be fair, these are probably, again, professionally sort of thing. Right? So, like... Okay, let's think about this for a minute. If you were to... I don't even want to talk about it, it's just oof. I stand by, to the end of days, I see a position as a tool for AI long term. Do I think that at the moment it is correct though? I think there's a lot of problems with it, and I think there's a lot of misconceptions that it is a thing that can replace people. Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm seeing is like 20 bucks for a short. That's, yeah, so that's definitely out of my price range. I just can't consider it. Yeah, like, it's outside of high professional, apparently, sort of things. I'm seeing kind of like the $20 to $50 per video, per short, sort of, range. Interesting. I was just curious in the pricing range for that. But yeah, no, like, AI coding and AI art are very similar categories for me. Is that, like, I see a place for it eventually once systems are better around it, legal stuff is better around it, and, people understand it better. I do not think it replaces anyone. I think it speeds processes up or expedites how much can be done from a single process. The example I'll always use, and let's use paint for a moment to draw out what I'm going to talk about. Because this is, I feel like an important topic to kind of always come back to. So, how I see, personally, AI art being used effectively and correctly, in my eyes, is, in game development, there is, in, like, larger studios, there is kind of a process where you're trying to get an idea of what you want to do, right? So there's the initial ideas phase. So we'll look at this initial ideas phase. What you'll often do is you'll go from this phase, you'll go and reach out to artists. And you'll get concepts. And they'll give you concepts that are within the scope of your ideas phase, right? How I see AI being used in this situation is that you plug in, at this stage, the AI. You've gone to the artists, you've got ideas, you've got a folder that the AI can pull from that is then instead created by the artists. The AI then goes to this folder, puts this folder through into this part here, so it cuts off the artist to the concept phase, and it just means that you can make more concepts out of a piece of art. However, how this needs to work is this artist here, or the artists, are informed. They are informed this is what their art is going to be used to, and it is for concepting phase, because while during the initial ideas phase, you need concept art to prove your point. If I get a shitload of art in a folder and then tell an AI, I want a cyberpunk kind of styled world, it's going to spew out gazillions of ideas because of that, right? And at this stage in time, especially with time, about like maybe 80% of it is not usable. Because either it's duplication or it looks so fucking awful. But from this 20%, we get a wide range of potential ideas that we can go, we like the idea of this, we can use this as our foundation point for informing our design theory. And there you go, that is how I can see AI being used in game development, or AI art. Has this replaced anyone's position? No, it has just made it so you can make more stuff at a higher rate. In fact, if anything, you hire a bunch of artists to do this art, and you'll probably have to hire someone to do this part here. Like, you'll have to have AI tech people to do this part, to ensure that your in-house AI is working correctly, and it is managed correctly. This actually just increases how many jobs there are, it doesn't take a job away, and it means that there's more stuff that just can be done. That is how AI should be used. So that is the point that I will always make with AI. And I know it's unpopular as fuck to give any positive opinion towards anything AI, generative AI related, but that is the point I'm making. Is that that's the misinformation, is it's not wholly bad, it's just currently how it's developed and how it is used is kinda scummy because there's not stuff in a way to stop people from being made, like, the fact that currently most of the key generative AI systems out there pull from data places where it is not agreed that that should be the case, and the fact that people will use that generative AI and then say they are the one for it. Like, they are creating it. So no, unless you're pulling from, again, if all of the people involved, including the artists that are producing the original art, are informed fully and agree to it, all consenting, there is no problem. That is not the case currently. That is why I say, if the artist is hired and informed, we're going to use this in-house for generative, this is not you losing your job, this is in fact us just expediting our process. If they disagree with that, they walk, cool. If they agree with that, nothing changes for them. And then no longer is it a moral argument there because you are getting paid the same amount as you were before. Nothing changes for you, the artist, and nothing changes for any other process other than there is more things done. In a way, because personally I just dislike AI. Yeah, and that's fair. Especially with the current stigmatism around it, I understand that. That's why I say, like, my opinion, regardless of if it's something that people can agree with or not, is inherently going to be disliked because it is in favor of the long-term usage of AI in fields people don't like it being used in. I see it as a useful tool long-term, no different than something like some of the programs we use now. Right? I see it being used alongside stuff, not instead of. To be honest, I have the feeling that only problem with AI is managers and manager wannabes pushing it as a way to replace people. Yeah, and that's the problem, is that there is an expectation of a breakthrough with AI that they keep referring to. It's going to happen in a year, and they've said this for like 30 years, by the way. Like, there's going to be this massive breakthrough with generative AI where it's going to become way more capable. It's not going to happen. It really isn't. It's not going to be a freak breakthrough anytime soon, and they keep planning around it. And that's the mistake. I stand by when I get an AI on, like, the phone or anything like that, when I'm doing customer services, like, questioning, I will actively just go, no, I want to speak to a normal person. Because that way, like, they can understand my nuancing, they can actually, like, respond with some things to it. And that's one of the attempts there of, like, replacing people. It sucks because it doesn't work. I low-key feel sorry for all the AI investors. They could spend their money on something better. Yeah, I agree. And I'll stand by the opinion of if you're scared about AI taking your job, alright? And this is an opinion of an individual that currently there's a lot of stigmatism around him at the moment, so I'm not going to name him, even if I respect him. Is basically, you've got two situations you've got with AI, right? So, AI takes your job, right? Or AI doesn't. We'll go with AI loses, AI wins. So you've got two situations here, very clearly. Now you've got two clear options. With this one, do nothing. Right? And with this option, learn something. Learn and improve. You got these two options available to you. Okay, so let's go through things. If you do nothing and AI wins, nothing changes. If you do nothing and AI loses, nothing changes. Right? That's it. If you learn and improve and AI wins, you now are in a unique position where you're probably advantageous because you've learnt something else. You've become valuable in another way. If AI loses, you wholly benefit because now you are more educated, more capable in every other way, and you still don't lose your position. Wait a minute, doesn't this mean if I'm being a doomsayer, that the correct thing to do is to actually learn and improve? Yes, it does. This is actually the case with it. If you think AI is going to take your job, become better so it can't. Don't doomsay, be better. Improve yourself. This is what actually matters. Because if you do nothing and AI wins, you lose. If you do nothing and AI loses, nothing changes at all. So basically nothing changes both ways. Realistically. But if you improve, you win both ways. So that's the fun part. You would think this side here, this determines what happens, right? AI winning means this happens beneficially or this happens beneficially or negatively. No, it's you yourself is actually what matters in response to something like these kind of events. That's why, again, I put X's and O's here. The only side that has any positive outcomes at all is if you invest in yourself and you improve yourself. So there you go. I hope that was a nice little positive spin on that stuff. Being a touch constructive with that one. Because yeah, at the end of the day, value yourself. You'll get a lot further in life if you do. And yes, this is coming from a person that's actively talked about how he doesn't value himself sometimes. Hey, I'm a teacher. I'm a hypocrite. It's how we work. I tell it, do as I say, not as I do. Improvement is always just good. Yeah, improving yourself is wholly just a good thing to do at any given time. Use anything as an excuse to improve. That is the best way to look at that stuff. Oh, I hurt my back a little bit there. Ah, no. Oh, you know when you stretch and that one bit of your back just becomes like, If you don't believe in yourself, believe in friends and strangers that believe in you. Yes, exactly. That's another thing that I'll always kind of say with that stuff is, at the end of the day, if you don't believe in yourself, do you believe, like, you need to believe at least in... Okay, this is where I quote fucking goddamn Serenity, the Firefly movie. If anyone's watched that, there is a beautiful scene in that movie that will always inform a thought of me, which is there is a man called Shepherd. Well, his not actual name is Shepherd, but he's basically a religious leader. He's talking to our main character, and he's like, what you need right now is belief. And it's like, I don't want to come here for your sermons about God. Why is it when I talk about belief, you always think I would talk about God? Belief is something that you believe in. It's something that drives your decisions, makes you think about the next day. Believe in something. It doesn't matter what you believe in. Believe. That is the important thing. Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your friends? Do you believe in a better day tomorrow? Is there just at least hope for it? If there is at least hope for a better day tomorrow, you can believe in that hope. And that is what is enough to carry you to being something more. My belief is to believe in the better version of myself. To always try and improve. And that's what I do. I actively try and find ways to improve myself and never be too stagnant in any way I can. That's why I get, like, you'll hear, as I said earlier, the things I complain about the most are the things of, I should be improving this. I need to do better with this. Those are the things that piss me off about myself, is because I believe in being better for myself. Right? Did you spend time to remember that, or did you remember that first trailer because how good it is? What, Serenity? Oh, dude, the fact is, there was a very large portion of my life I could fully quote that movie from start to finish without taking a fucking break. I love Serenity, and Serenity will always be one of the best movies of all time for me. Genuinely, if you want a story of hope, with action, with anything like that, I highly recommend it. You don't even need to watch the series. It does a phenomenal job of reintroducing all of the characters within the movie in one of the best possible ways. Reciting Serenity stream incoming. Don't test me. Don't test me. I could probably still do about a quarter of it. And the fact is, there is Chinese in that movie, and I can still speak that Chinese. No, it is a very, very good movie. That I highly recommend to anyone if you have the opportunity to watch it. I personally recommend it. It's so much fun. However, I will put my hand up on this one. It has got a lot of fucked up moments. It does actually deal with some really, really dark elements, and it's kind of fucked up. I mean, one of the main antagonistic forces in it literally are known to just skin people alive, eat them, and rape them, and it's not always in that order. It is very dark for that. It is a great movie, though. It's a very, very good movie. I hope it's understood. Like, I mean this was like the thing of it. I also can rip that movie apart with all of the problems I have with it. Like, there's a fact that there's a scene with a character turning their head one way and then, like, the camera pans and they're turning it another way. And it's like, you're an idiot. What is wrong with you? Even the actor admitted to it. But, like, the fact that I have to go down to that kind of level to complain about that movie should indicate how much I love it. Time for me to evaporate anyway. See ya. Catch you later, sweet. Have a good one. To be fair, I probably am going to finish up very shortly, myself. Is that all? I'm used to that. Through any dark moments, I'd expect something more emotional from what you said. Not literally dark. Yeah. No, there is a scene in it, and I'm not going to say much about the scene because it is so good that there is very harsh emotional moments, and one of the best parts of that movie is one of the most emotional moments in it happens so suddenly, so impossibly fast that none of the characters in the universe have time to process it because they genuinely can't, and that's the point. It is beautiful for it. Imagine watching something happen so sad in front of you, so hard on a character, and them not allowed to mourn. Them having to get up and move and not be able to process it because if they stop for any split second, they're dead. And leads to one of the more intense moments of a simple line, which is, "Are you good?" to the job. It's so good. I want to rewatch it now. Fuck! Well, I know what I'm doing later today. It is, yeah, no, there was a long portion of my life I would watch that movie a minimum of once per year. And I'm being, like, absolutely serious with minimum once. There's no other movie I watched anywhere near as often. Shiny, let's be bad guys. Are you good is such a good line? It is. Especially when the response is the person being just cold, dead staring, and just saying, to the job. Is the name literally Serenity? Yep. It's because it's the name of the ship from Firefly. Oops. I literally just saw it a second ago. Turn up, wait. This isn't it? No, wait. It's, there it is, I think. No, that's not it. What? No, Serenity Fire. 2005 was in this game out, damn. Oh yeah, also in case you were wondering, main character is Nathan Fillion, and this was like a very serious role. Like, personally, I'll say this now. If you go watch the series first, that probably benefits you the most. However, like I said, this movie is perfectly fine as a standalone thing. Who's Nathan Fillion? Oh, he's done so much at this point as well. He's a very well-known, like, sci-fi-esque, actor, is the big thing. Oh, you probably know him from Suicide Squad if you want a recent example. If you've seen Suicide Squad. What else is there? Guardians of the Galaxy, he's in that a bit, but he's not huge in that one, literally. But yeah, Castle was a big one. Was it? No, that's the other guy. The Rookie. Yeah, he's the main character in The Rookie, which apparently was a big show. I still have yet to actually fully watch it, but hey. Oh, apparently he's going to be in Superman. Oh yeah, he's Green Lantern in the upcoming Superman stuff. Let's go look at his IMDb. I want to actually see if there's many other things. I don't recall anything I see except the names. I don't watch movies. That's fair. Because, like, if I go to images, or if IMDb decides to turn up, there we go. Yeah, that's him. He was in Buffy the Vampire Slayer as well, which is why he was in Fireflies, because he had worked with Joss Whedon before. He's a brilliantly comedic actor, though. Which was why it was so funny in Firefly and Serenity for him, because that was such a serious role that it required, like, such weird energy for it all. Don't recognize his face at all. I would definitely say he's a worthwhile individual to, like, look into and have, watch some of his stuff, because he's actually really funny. He's also a massive fucking nerd. That's one of the biggest things that sell me with him as well. Oh yeah, he was in Deadpool and Wolverine. I can't remember what was he in that? He was just a character, right? Oh, did you play Destiny at any point? Or do you know about Destiny? The game? Because he's basically the most loved character in that. Cade 6. What else have we got in here? Oh yeah, he has actually done Green Lantern quite a few times for DC. Oh my god, he's done something with the Magic School Bus. That's... okay, why not? Yeah, Magic School Bus. That fucked me up a bit. Oh yeah, he's also in Rick and Morty. I remember that, yeah. Yeah, he did a voice in Halo 5. Not a great showing though, sadly, because that's a shitty thing. Oh yeah, he does voice of God in fucking Saints Row. Why not? Oh yeah, he was Hermes and Percy Jackson. Much ado about nothing, yeah. Oh, if you do know Halo at all, by the way, he is Buck in Halo. But yeah, Cable and Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That was a fun time. Apparently, Saving Private Ryan as well. I didn't remember that. Very funny actor, though. Never seen the story, that's fair. His voice is probably more recognizable than his face, I will say that. But, phenomenal actor. I follow him quite a bit. Whenever he's in something, I give it at least a peek in for it, because, when I can, because it's just... he's very fun, he's a very lovely fellow. I do nothing. It's fine. Look, I stand by, there are very few names of, like, actors and actresses and voices or anything like that that I actually know. If I know them, that's normally because, like, I have a very, very close attachment with them somehow. It's either I've met them, or I've watched them a lot, or they've been a very important character in a show that I really, really enjoyed. Just overall media. See, that's where I will differ. I am a huge media nut. I like consuming media as much as I can. Which is why, like, there was a very real portion of time I considered just being a YouTuber that just reviewed TV shows and movies and stuff. Because, like, how much I sit there and analyze while watching, and I love watching stuff. The problem was, if I was to do that, I would have to start watching stuff a way that, like, capitalizes on something I do, but means that I have to do it more, and it means I would enjoy shows less. And I didn't want to do that. That's why I talk, like, again, I'll talk about the anime I'm watching at the moment and stuff like that regularly. And if people want recommendations or ideas for stuff, like, I can happily do that, but I don't want to, like, make it a too large a part of, like, my character or brand, because it will just ruin my time with it. game development's different. I've worked so much of my life with programming that I can kind of just not care, and I enjoyed it regardless. It's the reason why I also let myself get distracted as easy as I am with that. So yeah, no, it's always a fun time with that. I guess it's also kind of why the stream gamings also, like, suffer for that. I feel like you almost literally don't get anything done with how many topics come up. That's the fun part. I actually do, because again, I have like this weird multi-track thinking way of doing stuff, so I am still thinking about what I need to do with the programming while I'm talking about a lot of these subjects. It's just that's because like how fucking weird some of the stuff I'm having to do is. I don't get to test any of this at the moment either, because of the way I'm doing it. I won't get to test it for a very long time, because I have to just do so much framework for it before I can. So I'm trying to make sure I do stuff in my head and wire things around to get them right. That's why I say like this has to change drastically. So does this, yada yada yada. It's the game streams is the one that like I try not to get too excessively distracted in, because they've got an on-topic point of playing the game. But I also don't mind. Again, I've said this many a times, I don't think people enjoy my streams for me staying on topic. Not being able to test stuff sounds bad. Yes and no. It depends on what you're doing. I could fraction down these things to test them a bit more. Like actively, but the difference is, one, the only mistakes I can actually make with this stuff at this stage is miswriting something, and that will be very obvious when I finally go to test it properly. Because all of this has been pre-tested in my previous project. I am just rewriting and re-refining a lot of things in ways that I know function correctly. The only things I could get wrong at this point is actually just miswriting things, or not correctly attributing data in the right spot. All of which will come up very quickly when they go wrong. Which is like kind of the benefit I have going for me. That's the biggest advantage I have moving with this, is while I can't test it, it's because I know what it does. There's a reason why we're doing a lot of copy and pasting, and I'm working backwards from the copy and paste to get a resulting point. That's why I know like a lot of these things aren't actually working currently, because I just can't be asked to do it. It'll take time. It'll take time. But yeah. Oh! Hello! Hello, hello, hello! Hello! Yo, Yuki, how's it going? Hope it's not too hot at the moment for you, though I know it is, quite bad in some ways over there at the moment. Not envious at all. But yes, also hello Raiders, hello, hello. What is this music? Just don't worry about it. It's just random music in the background. It's fine. It's not stressful at all. But yes, hello Raiders, how y'all going? Hope you can take a good moment to rest, have maybe a drink, hydrate, especially most of you being in the northern hemisphere of the world. It's very hot at the moment, to my understanding. Make sure you're nice and comfortable. And take rest if you must. Today's been a day of getting slow development done with getting like enemy stuff sorted out. And once this is done, it'll be a huge step. Even though I don't get to test it for a long time. So it's cold over here. That's nice. I mean, I live in New Zealand, and at the moment it's nearly midday, but I still have like blankets and stuff on me, so it's great. What is this music? Also, the music is go from chill to boss fight, back to chill. It is literally a playlist for Heartbound. It's a Heartbound soundtrack, and it's just set to random. Ignore the fact that also every song is duplicated in there twice. I still haven't fixed that. I basically added an album to it, and then I failed with something, and then I tried to add it again, and then it just duplicated it, and I added twice. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Not as cold as last week. Right now it's nice. I mean, I don't know. I'm someone that's like, as long as it's not like full negative temperature, I love it. I absolutely enjoy the chilly, cold times, because I like being able to put more layers on. I thought it was a game OST. Yeah, it is. It's Heartbound. It's not mine. Not mine. It is... Let's see if I can get the thing. This game here. And I have actually bought the OST for this. So I have, and they've said it very clearly that it's full rights to use. If the cold saved me from mosquitoes, happy. That's completely fair. Alright, there we go. Will you try to make music for your game or just use royalty-free music? So at the moment, I do have music for the game that's royalty-free. And like I have the license for, I should say. But I would love to make music for it. I have an idea for that, but the problem is, and I will openly admit to my own fault in this, I am not a very musically attuned individual, and while I can play the piano and the guitar, I'm probably I can play them in the sense that I can have music in front of me and play them. I'm not creative enough, I feel, in the right way, nor do I have the time to learn to improve my skills in the areas necessary to do music myself. So it's one of those things where, like, I'll either figure out something along the way, or I'll hire someone. And I will openly admit to that. That kind of monsters. And they're still fighting? Jeez, 15 Celsius and they still fight. I'm almost impressed, actually, at that point. Hate mosquitoes myself. But yeah, no, it's, music for the game has always been like a nightmare scenario for me. So just wing it and see how it goes. Sounds fun. More or less, like, again, I have 2 tracks for the game, one for like the lobby and one for the gameplay. But I had a friend that was doing some of the music, but he's just not able to keep up with time commitments for it, which is fair. I hold nothing against them for that. It just is like kind of a thing of, I would love to have music for the game, but what I want to do, ideally, is have music for the general gameplay, have the ability to increase intensity of the song, like add layers to it as things become more difficult, as well as when bosses spawn, add a new layer over the top to kind of give that boss a bit more uniqueness as well. It's the idea I want to go with. But again, like, having those ideas is fine. Having a way to execute them, that's the problem I have. So, until the day I can figure out an answer for that, I accept that it's just probably not happening. And I've got no problem with that at all. I like that, that's fine. I will do my best for it, though, long term. I do try and put the effort in for, like, weapons, though, because, like, in the other one, it's not very obvious because I normally have the music, music and sounds turned very low because I'm doing dev stuff. But, like, a lot of the weapons actually do have, audio to them. Which is, cool. I like that. I'll have to obviously reintroduce all of that architecture into this at some point. Layered music? Yeah! I think that doing the music like that creates a more charming kind of aspect to the game. Because it's... Dynamic music has always been something I've looked at, and every time I see it executed in even a somewhat confident way, it's so good for the game. It feels like such a great experience with that. But the problem is, I do not personally feel I am capable of executing that at any, like, reasonable level currently. I could probably learn to do something for it, though, one day. Or, like I said, get someone that knows what they're doing with it to either help me or, have them do it. If not alone with friends. Exactly, like, that's the other thing as well, is my hope is by the time I come to a point where that's a major thing, I will have a better answer in place for it. There's a reason why I take a lot of things so slowly in terms of game dev in general, is like, a lot of the time I'm doing art off to the background, I'm doing like research, I'm talking with people to getting licenses done, I'm trying to reach out to like these VTubers to ensure that like I'm not breaching anything with them or they're comfortable with this and everything like that. Haven't done that in a hot minute, but that's because I've not been making more characters at the moment. But like I do try and do my due diligence, reaching out and asking, hey, is this okay? Like I look up their legal stuff first, but there's also an aspect of like, do they want this or not? Right? And I've made it very clear as well all the way through that if one of the individuals I have in here reaches out to me and says, I want to be removed from the game, for example, I will do that. I respect the individuals in this enough to, like, always ensure that. I don't think I will ever accept an argument of, hey, I would like to have that character removed, because all this sort of stuff. It's like, no, I will accept you getting your own stuff, not another person. Because I like to try and represent people at their best and the best parts of the community. And that's... The way I phrase a lot of that is primarily because there's one character in here that I know there's a lot of negativity around. And I don't expect I remove them anytime soon unless something really bad happens, because I want to remember them for the things that they did do that were positive. I don't like to just drown on someone that's done too much, that's done things wrong, unless the things they've done wrong stem into much the other stuff, right? That's why, like, my list of not doing a character is much, much shorter than my list of doing characters. That was I know that was a lot of, like, convoluted stuff to answer with there as well. Because, like, okay, to name the individual that has that sort of, like, negativity that I was saying is Cinder. Cinder had a lot of negativity in the recent time with some of the information that came to light from certain individuals, and how, I'll be honest, I do not, like, I'll always stress this, I don't condone stuff like gaslighting or backstabbing or anything like that. I've been on the receiving end of that stuff, not pleasant. But I can't deny the beauty of the Pyro Pups and the stuff that they've done for the world, the improvements and all that. Regardless of what you think of the individual, the community that they had established and all that, there was a lot of positive things there, and that's what I want to remember. I mean, there's a character we've got to do at some point soon, which is Saba, right? Like, we're gonna have to do that. I want to wait some time, though, before I try and design a character for Saba in this. Purely because I want to have, like, some stuff that's unique to Saba that we can do for a character. And not, like, too much other stuff. The problem is, Saba's lore is a little flimsy at this stage, so I can't base a lot of stuff off that as well. But that's kind of the charm as well. Need to cook a little more lore a little. Yeah, that's, I think, kind of my thing, is like, the lore needs to cook a little bit more, and the individual needs to be given room to be their own individual for a bit before I can, like, go, I know what I can do with your character, right? Because at this point in time, nothing comes to mind for, like, what I would do for a weapon, item, all that sort of stuff, like, in conjunction. It's not like you're in a hurry. Exactly. That's the other thing as well, is I already have a much more substantial list of active characters in development. Like, not only do we have to redo up a bunch of characters here, this is the list of characters we have in the other game, but we have this list here as well of characters that I'm doing in the more immediate future, right? We've got Mume, Doki, Rin, Mel, Oni, Neuro, Bao, Fruit, Fubiki, Filion, Nyanas, Zen, and Fauna. Which, I dislike that, let's see, graduated, we don't know. His left VShoujo has graduated. Also, yes, if you're gonna ask, the design of this game predates Nyana's leaving VShoujo. In fact, part of her kit was designed well before then as well. That is, again, this game's not a very recent thing. It is what it is. Exactly, right? Like, I stand by, this game is so long spanning that, like, characters will graduate and all that. I'm not gonna also stop doing characters that are graduated, especially if their kits are a bit further along. because I feel it's dishonest. We're trying to represent the best parts of the community. To not do someone like Mume, someone like Fauna, someone like Gura, it feels like a disservice to VTubing itself. Regardless of if they graduate or not. Because they're individuals that have meant a lot to the grand scheme of things. Right? Especially Gura. Gura did a lot for VTubing. Gura has done a lot for VTubing. Yeah, we've got to remember that legacy. Exactly. And there's a reason why, like, the only character at this point in time that I said I'm not doing their character design anymore, but I'm going to do something else with, was Nina Kosaka. And I decided that I was just going to make her an NPC instead. In the world. You're not going to be able to play as Nina Kosaka. That's probably not going to change in opinion. I'm just going to straight up make her an NPC. But I am making, I've already made a character called Matara Khan, definitely unrelated by argumentative sense, right? So, but that's an example there of, like, if they graduate and I've not got, like, their kit partly designed at least, or, like, a little bit further along in design space, I'm probably just going to delegate them to an NPC instead. So I'm always going to have a way of representing them in the game if I can. I think that's a very important thing to try and do. Honor the amazing stuff that's been done in this community. That's what I want to do. Praise be VTubers, after all. That's definitely that's a way of putting it. Praise be the VTuber! All hail. Reject flesh. Become anime. It's gonna be fun as well, because, like, as time goes on, we're gonna get more VTubers that are, like, very, unique and interesting. Okay, that's, I'm gonna phrase that differently, because I don't like how that could be perceived. There's gonna be more unique designs and stuff going on with VTubers as time continues to tick along, and that I find fascinating. Like, there's people that are inanimate objects with VTubers. There's weirder, wackier ideas that come forward with how to be a VTuber. Nothing wrong with doing, even just a human that's a VTuber. Like, the VTuber is just a human. Nothing special going on. But you know what I mean. Those words are living rent-free in my head, by the way. You played yourself low-key. God damn it. No, but, like, there's a reason why I gotta phrase things a bit more particularly sometimes with that, because, like, I don't want to leave a misconception that, like, I have negativity towards any of that. If you're VTuber... Look, I'm literally just a human guy, is the VTuber model I've got currently, right? Like, that's the case. I'm not, like, anything special going on there with this model. And I think it's still a very gorgeous and pretty model, and I think it's an extremely high quality one as well, for what it is. Like, I'm very impressed with it, and I'll never dislike it. It's a very important part of who I am now, is having used this model. And that's why, like, I don't have anything against that at all. But I will say, you phrase yourself so specifically at all times, in my opinion. Welcome to welcome to part of my brain that's been this way wired since I worked in politics for a little while, in, like, political spaces, and when you work in those sorts of environments, you learn to be very careful and calculated with your phrasing. And I still do that a lot, and it's to my detriment most of the time, but it's also beneficial because it just means that it doesn't... means I'm a lot better at not pissing people off, basically. But it also means that people can just go like, wow, you sound like you're talking like a politician, and because of that, it means that you've never given me a yes or no to an answer. And I'm like, yeah, I apologize for that. I try and do my best. There's a reason why I talked with someone recently about this, is like they often will say statements, and this is like on a Discord. They'll say statements and try and like, the way they phrase it, because they don't preface it with like any kind of personal opinion aspect of it, it can come off as them talking like fact. And they've said some actually dangerous things through that, and I've called them on it constantly. And they're like, yeah, but people should know. People do not know that. The nuance is lost because it is text. What I mean by this is there was one time they tried to give like soft medical advice based on their experience, and every one of the staff that was there, the admins like me, and other people like, do not do this. That is very dangerous because what you've said is just wrong. And a quick Google can prove that. Always tried to be very clear when I say stuff. People just keep getting annoyed with me and tripping me up, quoting dumb shit I say. Same. The other problem I have is, especially off stream, I tend to be a little bit more, what's the word? Unreserved with how I speak. When I'm with, like, very much when I'm, like, with a friend group, I'll speak a little bit more informally and a little bit more bogan. I do it on stream a bit as well, but, like, especially the case with them. And it's because of that I miss out on words, I miss out on a lot of, like, pronunciations and stuff, and I'll get, occasionally they'll call me on it. I'm like, look, I get what you're trying to say, but do you understand what I'm saying at the end of the day? Yes, then it doesn't matter, because that's actually the beauty of how language works, is if you can understand what I'm saying, it doesn't matter how I'm saying it. That is the point of what language is it's a way to communicate ideas and information with another person. As long as they understand it, it's acceptable. There's a reason why grunts can still be considered a language and are completely acceptable. Because if I just go, if someone goes, how's your day? Ugh, you probably know how my day's gone. That's considered language. If you go, how's your day? That's also an answer, right? As long as the message went through, it's all good. Yep. Exactly. There's a reason why I'll actually... So, fun little thing. I did linguistics as part of my degree. So, this was a big part of what we talked about, is how, like, written language was probably one of the biggest mistakes for language. Because with, like, English, for example, it creates this expectation that language is stagnant. And language changes constantly. Pronunciation, vowel structure, everything. Grunts are so fucking funny. Exactly. Dude, I can talk with my friends. We can literally be playing a game of Magic, and I'll look at them. And we know exactly what's going on. Ooh. But yeah, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, as long as you understand. Point was in... What wasn't part of your degree teaching linguistics? You did politics. So, okay, while I did a little bit of politics in my degree, I did politics external to my degree. That's the point that I was making. That's the reason why I'm also good with public speaking, is because I've been on stage a bunch, right? magic people have friends. I know, right? No, if you want me to actually go through my degree, let's see. Actual things I learned. Linguistics, human development, psychology, politics, philosophy, there's a couple of other things, but those are the main stuff. Oh, also, culture, very cultural orientated stuff, but that's because it's a necessary thing in the degree that I did, in the university I did it at. They have a course, very rooted in understanding, cultural differences and stuff like that. Like, one of the courses I did was, Te Tiriti o Waitangi, implications for education, right? Which, to explain that, by the way, is, Te Tiriti o Waitangi is the Maori name for one of two pieces of paper that was done, which was a form of a treaty for, dual, governance of New Zealand. And it was basically, what is the implications for this, from this piece of paper that was written on? And, like, what happened around it. You seem like an everything kind of guy. I have learnt wide enough in some areas and learnt very tall in others. And because of the way I think, I tend to be able to, kind of transpose an aspect of my learning to other sectors. So it means I can come off as someone that knows a lot of other things. A lot of it's also inference and understanding, but I've also experienced a lot of life, and I've done dumb things in my time, so I can be able to speak to certain things that normally a reasonable human being wouldn't be able to speak to. As my friends like to, well, a friend of mine used to, like, make a joke at, I'm very much like how that one scene of Gilgamesh in Fate Zero, which is like, I like to taste of all of life's pleasures. I've done that. I won't confirm nor deny how much I've done in my life to good or bad things. I've made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I've learned from those mistakes. And from that, I have become a wiser individual, I'd like to think. I somewhat expected you to say that you can just effectively BS your way through topics again. I mean, that's not wrong. That's not an inaccurate way of describing kind of what I'm meaning. Is like, if the topic's within a scope I can understand, I can BS my way through it. Or I'll learn up enough in that topic to BS my way through it. That's what I do with cars and stuff. There's a lot of guys will sit there and go, we want to talk vehicles, we want to talk car, we want to talk this, that. And I'm like, alright, gonna have to pull out the book on this one. That's why you'll find I'm very good in conversation listening. And I'll often repeat back things to the person to indicate that I am actually paying attention, regardless of if I know what the fuck is being said or not. And I'm not afraid to ask dumb questions, because sometimes I'm like, oh, would that make the car then go faster but, like, be less fuel efficient? No, would it not? And then I get a good response, and it shows that I've actually been paying attention. And I'll give a response relative to that response. Of, oh, okay, so that makes sense then. Sorry, I didn't know. Stuff like that. It's not afraid. Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid. But no, don't be afraid to not know something and ask. If your friends are, like, trashing on you for that, one, I hope it's in good faith, and two, if they're doing it constantly and it's not in good faith, probably just, you know, don't ask in front of them then, and consider other friends. Good friends support you even when you're an idiot. They'll call you an idiot, but they'll still support you. That's one of those important things, I feel. Oh, look, actually, you want to hear a really funny thing? So one of the guy that I live with, So I explained to him how, like, my birthdays had been for the last fair few years and got, like, a general gist of my life with that stuff, why I don't like birthdays. And I was like, oh yeah, and one of my best birthdays was when I, with my best mate, went and just watched some movies because I was, like, in such a depressive state. And I paid for, like, the food, he'd paid for the tickets, it was stuff like that. It's like, man, that's kind of sad. And I'm like, you're not wrong, but ouch. And he's like, no, I calls it as I sees it. But, like, when we did not an actual birthday party, but a hangout with a bunch of people around with my birthday time, he made it very clear he wanted to, like, have as much fun with it all and everyone could chill out and have a good time. Which it goes to show, like, again, that exact thing. A friend will call you calls it as he sees it, but also will make an effort to try and be good. Alright? I appreciate that. I genuinely do. Yeah. Now I'm having a little moment of being, like, slightly reflective, huh? But it's important. I think it's really important to surround yourself with people like that sometimes. It's also good because most of them play Magic, so I can play Magic fairly frequently. Though none of them want to play with one of my decks that I really enjoy playing with because it's really good and good at killing a person. Especially on 1v1. I want to play with my inde deck. It's a big cat. Just happens to be so big that it kills people. It's not my fault. My geography teacher taught me that by force. Just ask questions, even if they're totally deranged. Not literally. And try to answer as much as you can. She was a great teacher. Yeah, massive respect to someone like that, by the way. Because I stand by, okay, this is my statement I'll make on this. There is no such thing as a stupid question. There are stupid ways of asking questions. Or there are stupid intentions. There is no stupid questions. Right? Like, the person can be asking a question with the stupidest of intentions. That doesn't make the question stupid. That makes the person being an idiot. Right? They're not stupid. They're just being an active idiot. That's I don't like call people stupid. I call them idiots because they're acting like one. Because I respect everyone's individual intelligence as much as I can. As much as it definitely, there are some people. Questions are definitely made on whether or not they can get up and get up each day and, like, how did you manage to get out of bed? Not because, like, of depression, like, or anything like that. No. How did you figure out how your legs worked? How did you figure out how to breathe? Like, I remember high school. That was a question I had a lot with some of the people there. Yes, the story of that one person that didn't believe the sun was a star because it didn't twinkle. Yes, this was a high school student. She somehow had managed to get into a high-end class. She didn't stay in the high-end class for long. Yeah. Again, not a stupid question, just a person being an idiot. There are some people like that, huh? Oh yeah. There are always gonna be people like that. It's also real funny. I'll always say this is an egotism thing or whatever you wish. I'm quite happy for that. But, like, so when I was doing my degree, I didn't come out of high school to do my degree. I spent some time working and all that, right? Because the degree's fairly recent. Last 5-6 years is when I started it. When I was, doing that degree, there was a lot of students coming in that were, like, fresh out of high school. And you could tell. And I mean this with the most respect in the world. If you're thinking of doing a degree after high school and all that, go spend a year or two working and understand the real world. Because you're gonna realize really quickly, that way, better than you will at university, The lecturers might be there to help you. They are not against doing that. But they are not there to hold your hand. That is on you. Do they care if you turn up to the class or not? Not really. That is on you. Oh, you didn't hand in the homework? They're not going to chase you down that much. That's on you. You have to put in the effort yourself. You have to be independently focused and capable. These are things that most high school students are not. Even if they think they are not prepared for it at this caliber. A job will teach you a lot more aggressively, and you at least get paid for it, instead of having to pay out the fucking ass for an obscene amount of money to go to university to realize you're not prepared for it, crash out, burn for a bit, and then never want to do it again. One class he taught had high school kids who couldn't spell their own names in their native language. Well, that's impressive almost. Not all educators are made equal. Correct. I will also agree with that. Not all settings, not all degrees, not all courses, not all teachers, not all anything is made the same. I've had one lecturer in a course that was absolutely fantastic, and then I had another one that was one of the worst fucking people I've ever met in my life. And I stand by that. I've only ever failed one course during my first degree. Only one course. The other ones I have a B to B plus average in. And this is one course I failed. And they blamed me for it. I went and complained. I made it very clear. I found their conduct and actions extremely unsatisfactory and unacceptable. And when I went and had to do that course again, because it was an essential course for my degree, they were way better about some things, and they'd taken on the complaints very literally, and I knew a bit more of what I was getting into. People came to me, not the lecturers, on how to achieve stuff, because I had a better understanding because I had failed than the fucking lecturers were willing to explain. And it pissed me the hell off. And that was a 100 level course, which, to those that might not understand, a 100 level course in university means basically the basic level of it. It's the first level. It's 100, 200, 300. That was within, like, normally the scope of a bachelor's, which is what I did. I went from a day school to a weekend school for adults. I got that already lucky. Yeah. It's weird when an entire facility of faculty culture is consistent of being shitty. Yep. No, I had that. Had that a lot. There's a lot to some of this stuff. And I mean this with the most love and care I can with lecturers and teachers and stuff like that. I understand the job is extremely difficult, and I understand that you are doing your best normally within the scope of what you understand and what you know. The problem is sometimes that doesn't work. Right? We all kind of come to accept this in a level, because they are humans. They are prone to mistakes, and they're prone to being able to be mistaken about something. And that's fine. It's difficult, though, when it comes to being a teacher, because there is an expectation of a lot of aspects of it. It's the difficulty as well with parenting, right? Like, it's the same argument with a parent. A parent is a human being. They're prone to mistakes. But as a child, you are going to hail them at a much higher capacity, and there is an expectation of perfection from the parent as a child. Most children will have that kind of perception, and it is almost unfairly put upon the parent, but it is a natural expectation. And it makes a lot of stress for the parent, right? Like, a parent can't make a mistake. A parent can't giggle at something that they would want to normally laugh at. I mean, there's the memes nowadays, and I appreciate memes for showing how human parents are. It's like, there's that one I think of immediately, which is, Mom? Yes? Are farts meant to be solid? No? Well, then I've definitely shat myself. And you can see them, because it's just on the mother of that, it's just trying her best not to like break laughing and going, I have to go clean my child up now. Like, us as individuals can laugh hysterically at that. As a parent, you kinda can't. I could never be a parent. I, sadly enough, am too coded to be a parent at this point to, like, not be able to see it that way. That's why I respect parents a lot. I've had to look after kids myself a few times. Massive respect to them and all that. I basically... I'm not gonna get into that too much, actually. That's a topic for, when I'm probably a lot more inebriated. Let's move from that. But yeah, no, it's again, parents and teachers have that going with them where there is an expectation they are the best. Some teachers are better for some people. Some teachers are outdated in their methods and the culture has changed and they have not, and I can't blame them for that, and there's all that. Uncle Malith. I have been Uncle Malith a few times. Well, not that, but you know, I have been an uncle to a lot of kids a few times. Again, I'm not... I will leave it as I've had to look after a lot of kids in my time, and sometimes in groups, because of situations for other people. And that's why, again, I weirdly know how to be a dad more than I probably should for someone that doesn't knowingly have a child. I'm gonna phrase it like that. Let's leave it at that one, eh? Don't be sorry. No, you're fine. You're fine. Like I said, I'm a fairly open book about a lot of things, but there's some things that I'm like, I don't think that's very acceptable to talk about. So I'll leave it as loosely as I can. All I'll say is that I have made a lot of mistakes in my life, and I used to be a much worse person. And that's what it comes down to. That's the important thing to take away from it all, right? I like to think I'm a better person now than I was even like 5 years ago. Definitely a better person than I was 10 years ago. Good lord. But that's not a very high bar. Hey, yeah, how's it going? To be fair, I think anyone can make that argument. They'll look back like 10 years of their past and go, yeah, no, I've become better than I was then. To be fair, it's like also a cheap bet of like, oh, has it been any time since you were in high school, like 5 years? Look back at that and go like, yeah, no, I'm a better person. Because being a teenager, you're normally a little bit more dumb than what you will be in the future of yourself. It sounds so old man oof. Damn, I didn't need that one. Damn, really fucking stabbing the heart with that. Look, just cause I'm fucking... I can count in decades time spans. I don't like the fact that I can actually go to the word decades indicates how long it's been since I've been in uni. Not in uni, in high school. Again, when you can start measuring things in decades in your life, it becomes a more tragic thing. It mucks with your head a little bit. 90s kids will remember. What's a Malice stream without old emotional damage? It feels very frequent at the moment, doesn't it? It happens like every other stream. Maybe I'm just a masochist and like causing myself psychological damage. I mean, maybe if I take enough psychological damage in like small enough instances, I'll become immune to it eventually. Huh? Yeah, no, that's how you build up immunity, right? You shoot yourself with small caliber bullets, and then you build up an immunity to bullets. So eventually when someone hits you with a 40 cal, you're fine. Don't take this as advice. This is a terrible advice. Don't do this. That's not how that works. I don't care how well you're built. If you get hit by a 40 cal in the chest, you are removed from existence. You take micrograms of anthrax every day. Don't do that, first of all. I may not be a medical professional, but I can understand something that might not be a wise idea. Just, you know, I wouldn't recommend it. There's no problem with your body to regenerate faster. What do you mean? If I take constant damage, that means I heal faster, right? That's why you take DOTs constantly. If you apply a DOT to yourself, do you not become immune to it over time eventually? Death by 1,000 cuts, more like cutting resistance plus death. I mean, yeah. No, if you pace them out enough, I mean, technically, because you just get enough scar tissue and it eventually just hardens, right? Ironically enough, it's one of the only times where that actually might be the case. I don't know, like, scar tissue's normally just... It depends on how the scar tissue develops, I guess. Yeah. Not a medical professional, so I won't be able to give a good enough answer to that. Also, hey, Yanya, how's it going? Don't worry, you just came in when we were talking about, I guess, yes, shooting yourself with small caliber bullets to become immune to 40 cal. That kind of conversation. Good times. One of the more dumb things I advise people when they feel pain and something is like, hey, my arm hurts, like, hurt your leg, then you'll forget about hurting. Dude, I've done that since I was a kid. You can see I'm dad coded from the beginning. I would do that shit at primary school to kids. It's like, oh, my arm's hurting. Do you want me to punch you in the face? Why? You'll forget about your arm hurting. That's not... Or I would do the thing, oh, I guess we just gotta cut it off then. I'm concerned at the fact that I made these jokes back then. I really was dad coded from the beginning, wasn't I? I feel bad for if I ever do actually have a kid, because they're gonna have to deal with a lot of dumb shit. I recommend jumping off a roof to get immune to gravity. No, that's not how that works. Ah yes, resistance to fall damage. You fool. I am 7 parallel levels ahead of you on this one. Dad is a mood. It do be a mood. Hi, hungry. I'm Dad. I try my best not to make dad jokes on stream. I really stress this, by the way. There is a part of my brain that immediately finds a dad joke in just about every part. There's a reason why I really enjoy these nuts jokes, because they're like very dad joke-esque, And what I love the most with them is when someone will say something that's completely not a D's nuts joke, and you add the D's nuts to it anyway, out of nowhere, because it's like, why? Why are you like this? It's like, for example, it's jump off a stepladder, jump off D's nuts, haha, got him. There you go. You better go add mode daddy. Yeah, that sounds about right. Jump off a stepladder once a day, take a step higher. Yeah, exactly. Once you get resistant to the first one, then you get resistant to the next one. I have a Disney's joke syndrome with that's what he said, she said. Oh, goddamn. Dude, I love the best part is in like my main friend group and like my IRL friend group that we have, we've not even gotten to the that's what she says stuff anymore. We just look at each other and smirk. It's like, how can I? It's so hard. Just looks at each other. It's like, shut up. Or you hear it and you call it from across the house. That's the only times you actually say it out loud. Jump on your stepsister is greater than jumping off the step ladder. What are you doing, step ladder? I will always remember that one version of the meme where he walks up, what are you doing, step ladder? And then just opens it up. It's just so fucked. So fucked in so many ways. No. That was actually cursed. It's actual nightmare fuel. Spreads you open, puts the ladder latch on. I have such an ugly smile at the moment. So glad the fucking model literally cannot rig that kind of smile that I just had. Oh no. And his girlfriend is just, what are you smiling for? Yeah, exactly. That's the best part. It's just, everyone in the room looks at each other and there's that one person like, what are you smiling at? It's like, it's just not worth saying. Don't say it. Just don't say it. Don't say it. I think the one that I'm pretty bad for still at the moment. So, the people that live here, they got a cat, right? They got a cat just before I came here. And the cat kind of makes some really dumb decisions sometimes. Like, it tries to eat the fucking wallpaper. Don't ask, right? And, the amount of times is like, Noxie will go up to the cat and go, make good decisions. And I will mumble something along the lines of, something, like literally actually saying, something, owner, something, take after, and then just leave it at that. And the look I get every time. True homie vibes, yeah. But no, I'll always make those jokes with it. Something, owner, something, takes after. Cause it's just, cat does something dumb, it's like, yep. You're an awful person for that. Yes, I am. I love doing it. It's such a fun time. And it pisses Noxie off something fierce. I love doing shit like that though. What point do you just look at the cat and then look at her and she knows? I can already do that. I'm not even kidding. Cat does something stupid, I look at it, I look at her, I look at the cat and go, yep. But adding the something to it just makes it even more criminal of a thing to say. I don't know, I like dad humor, and dad humor relies on seeing the other person suffer a little bit with the joke. If you can see cringe in their face, you've succeeded. Cats do be weird creatures. Oh yeah, no, again, I up until recently had 2 cats myself, and they were... I would frequently question their intellect and ability to survive. They would make very interesting decisions. One of them in particular, to give an idea, would... Back when I lived at a place with a fireplace in it, if the fireplace was on, he would stand in front of it, and we would definitely go, you're not the smartest creature ever, but sure. Then he would try and lick the glass of the fireplace. And at that point in time, you're like, I think the brain cells in your head are like bouncing off the walls and occasionally rub against each other while they're bouncing. Kind of like the DVD logo hit in the corner. It's like, it could happen. Could happen. Could happen. There might be a thought in your head from time to time. Waiting for it, though. Cat likes it hot. He was a dumb fucking boy. I swear to God. He didn't have a brain cell in that thing. He lived his life the best way he could. Do miss him though. The dumb fucking fella he was. But yeah, nah, cats are a special lot. To be fair, I'm not gonna lie, I have actually considered like getting a dog in recent times. And this is actually something Noxie's even agreed with me on, is like, for health reasons as well, like having a dog that can recognize when I'm actually having like a heart attack and helping me to the ground or something like that might be actually a wise idea. So that's something that's kind of like loosely a thought. Probably not going to do it though until I have a way better income source. Because I wouldn't want to get another animal before not being able to afford like them fairly. Like, I want to be able to make sure I can afford them nice and happily and not have any complications for me or them. Just want to say that someone has sand and salt water sloshing around in their head. That's a great way of phrasing it, actually. I might use that. Animals ain't cheap. No, they're really not. Like, with the most love and care, when I had, one of the things I felt the worst about once both my cats had passed away was like how I sat there and I have basically like $50 to $70 a week more money available to me now. Like, on average. As, like, animals cost a lot of money to, like, keep healthy and happy and, like, feed and everything like that, right? And the problem I have is if I've got an animal, I'm gonna prioritize the animal over myself. So that's what I had happen, is there were weeks where I didn't have food, but the animals did. They would have the best food that they have. I wouldn't buy expensive food, not purposely, no. I would buy the food that is healthiest for them, and ensure that they're well fed. Me, on the other hand, I can survive. And that's why I'm not wanting to do that shit again. Share the cat food? Clearly I should do that next time. I mean, it's not the worst. It definitely doesn't taste great, though. It's normally just so dry, is the problem with dry cat food. And, like, anything that's normally like meat and sachets just tastes so processed in like such a poor way. Local news, Mel dies due to caring for his pets. Pretty much. Pretty much. But yeah, no, there's definitely like, if I have a better income source, and okay, you wanna know my priority order? Once I've got all my stuff paid off, right? I'm gonna start putting more money towards magic. Once I have that guaranteed, so I want, best case scenario for me is I can pay all my bills, I can pay $100 towards magic a week, and then I can have like $100 for an animal. So I need like, fuck, how much money would I need per week for that? Nearly $1,000 per week, actually. Right, because like it's 300 for like my day-to-day, my weekly expenses, my main ones. Then it's like $100, $200 for food a week. Yes, I eat a lot. Say what you want. You can technically eat it. TCG, yeah. TCG addiction. I'm not gonna dispute that though, like genuinely. I know I have an addiction with magic. But yeah, no, I want to make sure I have my hobby, like basically when I say the magic money a week, I should probably phrase it as hobby-esque money. $100 towards all my hobbies every week, mainly magic though. Doesn't mean that like I could say, oh, save up that $100 a week to buy a bigger thing once in a while, but like, that's their mentality, right? So if I have that, so we got 300 there, 500 total, 600, so about $700, $800 a week I would need. That's a lot of money. Last month was too much. You're telling me, nya, I'm still fucking paying off last month's magic. I should not have bought all the cards I did and the booster box and stuff that I did. But I did, and I don't regret it. Except I'm not going to be able to eat very easily in the upcoming weeks. But then... account for a budget each month separately. Yeah, no, I mean, that's kind of what I do, right? It's like... normally how I handle hobby money is I count it out and I be very specific. Does it eat into my money for food sometimes? Yes, but that's normally because I'm being very, like, tactical, going, I can buy a bunch of food prior to this so I can, like, survive through that, or I know I've got enough stored up and all that. The reason why money is a lot more tighter at the moment is because I also bought a bunch of PC parts. Like I was talking about earlier. So once the PC stuff's finished, I don't have anything scary for a while until I save up enough for a vehicle. The music fits so fucking well, yeah. But no, once I get, like, a vehicle sorted out as well, and I could probably sort out something for that for fairly cheap, because of contacts I have. Getting a motorbike, for example. And then, like, hopefully, from that I'll be able to, at that point I'll have money. That's my hope. Before the end of the year, I do want to have a source of, like, income that actually is justifiable, so I can either keep streaming or whatever. It's my hope. I hope. I don't have high income, technically below minimum wage, but I have, don't many expenses, so I get to keep most of it. I mean, that's one of the things I have going for me as well. Like, I know I really shouldn't be giving flat, like, hard numbers, but, like, I get about 500 a week. 550 a week at the moment, which is very below, like, it's fairly low income. In fact, it's, I think, our lowest bracket income in New Zealand. It's basically, I'm at barely living, like, amounts, right? There's a reason why I say, like, I'm paying $300 for a room at the back of a garage. And this is actually a very, like, lower than normal amount. There's a reason why I say, like, $100 to $200 for food a week for me is as much as you would spend on, like, 2 to 3 people. Which is how much I eat. I eat as much as 2 to 3 people. I hate my metabolism. I really do. There's another reason why I don't want to work out frequently, is because I know once I start working out more, I'm gonna have to eat more as well to compensate. It's a very dangerous thing, man. But that's why I say, like, $100, to give an idea, a pre-con for Magic is about $100. So that's basically me saying I'd like to be able to buy a pre-con worth of cards, in a sense, every week. That is a dangerous amount that I would be spending, but that's why I say for other hobbies as well. And it would also be, like, partly savings and stuff. There's a reason why I say, like, $800 to $1,000 per week would be my, like, premium sort of numbers, eventually. One of these days. Rent is usually pretty hefty expense. Yeah, I think that's the case for most people. So rent tends to just be, like, the biggest cost for them per week. The fact that it eats up, like, over 50% of mine is kind of rough, but, like, I don't think that's abnormal for low income. You are a family. I am a family, yes. I'm not gonna lie, I hate how much I eat. Like, I really do. Because it's one of those things of, like, I can't not do it. If I don't do it, I just feel hungry the whole time and I get more grouchy and more grouchy. And that can get really fucking annoying. But if I eat all of that, like, I am going through money so fast. At what point do you become multiple families? I hope that I never do. That's the thing. I want to stress, I'm not a big person either. I just have a really decently sized metabolism for my age. And I'm a big-ish person by nature. Like, I'm fairly tall and wide. Like, I've got very broad shoulders and shit. I would hyperlink block you every day. Wow. Wow. No, but yeah. I stand by. I will openly admit to my addiction, though, with Magic the Gathering. But, okay. Do you know what I actually say? Valid, thick, confirmed. I mean, I showed on camera what I looked like earlier, right? Like, I'm a big person in the sense, like, I'm big burly man. But yeah, it's funny. To be fair, I do have a bit of a puku at the moment, so you know. But what I'll say to the Magic the Gathering thing, I like to think of it not per se as an addiction, purely because I never let it actually, like, hugely detriment my life. That's what I think is actually a negative addiction. If you are sitting there like, oh, I planned around this and I have everything sorted out, so nothing actually means my life's harder or anything, I don't think that's a problem. My friend whom I got into Magic the Gathering with the Commander Precon I gifted him likes it for now. Yeah, that's good. But yeah, no, if I had the it's because I still want to get like the Doctor Who precons, I want to get the rest of the Final Fantasy precons, and I want to get another copy of all of them. Then I also want to get, there was another set of cards that I wanted to get. What was it? I'm trying to remember. I mean, I want to get all of the Final Fantasy cards as much as I can. Alright. There was another set of precons I wanted to get. Oh, there's also the precons I want to get for, like, deck building purposes, right? But no, it's mainly like Doctor Who. I want to get, like, at least one copy of each of the decks so I can play the raw precons. I would love to get multiple copies of the precons so I could actually rip some of them apart and, like, build them into actual decks that are a bit better, basically, is the short answer. And then, obviously, I'd like to get the Avatar Aang stuff, or, like, the Avatar, the Last Airbender stuff at the end of the year. I'd love to get, like, precons for that. I expect pre-orders for those are gonna go fucking quick as well. Since I got my paycheck, I think I might go to the card shop tomorrow. Fair. Be careful though, because it's very easy to get screwed over by going to the card shop and seeing a lot of things you want. I stand by okay. So of all the decisions I've made recently, there's one decision I sit there and go, I should not have made it, but I will make it with respect to what I know I'm doing. I bought a precon recently because I went into the store and saw it. And it's because that precon normally costs $150 here, It was $90, and it's normally hard enough to find it, let alone buy it for a cheapish price. It was $90, it was at the store, I got it. It was the, Squirreled Away Precon from Bloomborough. I sat there and I have looked for this thing ever since I started playing Magic. I am buying this. This is not a good decision financially, but this is a decision I'm making because this is something I have not been able to obtain at all, like, through a lot of effort. So I'm just like, nah, I'm doing this. I accept the mistake that this kind of is economically. Move on. That is me making a very adult decision to make a detriment for something that I'm like, I wanted this for too long. Pretty good at keeping around the, come prepared to buy exactly what I can for. Yeah. I mean, that's normally my case as well. It's just there's a couple of times where I've definitely gone past that. To before fair, I still stand by. I just want a fucking copy of goddamn Jador at this point, right? The adventure land from Final Fantasy, because it's the one that I don't have. It's the only town I don't have yet, and it pisses me off. Living with your regrets. Yep, welcome to adulthood. Ah, well, it's how it go, how it be. Right, I don't think I want to try and get more of this done now, because I want to do a little bit of research before I get going a bit further with this. So, I think this is actually a really good opportunity to call it here today. So I can go have lunch as well. So... a lot of practice of failing. Yep, that is what it is. It is also 5 hours, a little over 5 hours stream, so I feel like I'm justified in wanting to go get some food. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome. Stay awesome. Game dev, exactly. Stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.